Good morning and welcome to the Virtual Psychology Undergraduate Research Conference. This is the second year that we have done this conference entirely virtually, and it is a showcase of undergraduate research students in psychology presenting their independent research. They will be doing a series of oral presentations. We would like to thank the sponsors of this event. They are the Psychology Department at Georgia State University, PsyChi, a National Honor Society in Psychology, and the Center for Behavioral Neuroscience. Our first presentation today is Age Differences and Positivity Effect in Memory for Feelings by Sagarika Devarayapuram Ramakrishnan.
Thank you, Dr. Tusher, and good morning, everyone. So people are generally bad at remembering their past feelings, which is sometimes known as the memory experience gap. And this happens for several reasons. Research has shown that our current appraisals or knowledge influences how we remember prior feelings. And even our current feelings affect how we remember our past feelings. Now, when thinking of feelings, there's an essential distinction between emotions and moods. Emotions are feelings focused on specific events and are often more intense. And moods are a general state of being, meaning they can last longer and seem milder because they can be influenced by several factors and not a singular event. Prior research with younger adults has shown that the magnitude and the direction of memory bias differs across these two types of feelings. So younger adults recall specific emotions more accurately than general mood. And in addition, younger adults underestimate the intensity of past emotions, but overestimate the intensity of past moods. So in the current study, we aim to replicate this and test whether these patterns varied with age. So there's a phenomenon termed the age-related positivity effect, where older adults are relatively less negative or relatively more positive in their cognitive processes than younger adults. So we predicted that the older adults would overestimate past positive feelings and underestimate past negative feelings. We also expected this to be more true when examining memory for past mood than in memory for past emotion. So to study this, Dr. Barber and I designed a multi-session online study. Session 1 took place 1 week after the 2020 US presidential election. And during the session, we randomized participants to one of two conditions. In the specific emotion condition, participants reported their specific feelings about the election outcome. In the general mood condition, participants reported their general feelings in the prior week. 6 months later, we asked participants to remember their initial reported feelings. We excluded non-voters and those who voted for third-party candidates. So our final sample had 229 participants, of which 105 were younger adults and 124 were older adults who were all either Trump or Biden voters. We quantified the difference between remembered and experienced feelings for each participant by creating these memory intensity bias scores. Larger scores indicate greater memory inaccuracy. Positive values suggest that people overestimate the intensity of their prior feelings, and negative values indicate they underestimated them. So first, just looking at the younger adults, we replicated the prior results in the literature. We can see that the magnitude of memory bias is higher among those in the general mood condition than those in the specific emotion condition. We can also see that the memory bias among younger adults goes in opposite directions. So in the general mood condition, younger adults overestimate the intensity of their past mood. And in specific emotion condition, they underestimate the intensity of past emotions. With our older adults, we again found that the magnitude of memory bias was higher in the general mood condition. In fact, for older adults in the specific emotion condition, you can see there was essentially no difference between their experienced and remembered emotions. However, contrary to our predictions, there was no evidence of a positivity effect. So looking at the general mood condition, we can see that although the older Biden voters misremembered their past mood as being more positive than it was, they were less likely than the younger Biden voters to make this memory error. And in contrast, we can see that the older Trump voters misremember their past mood as being more negative than it was, and they were even more likely than the younger Trump voters to make this error. So rather than a positivity effect, we saw a negativity effect. So one limitation of this study is that this election event was highly unusual. So we need to conduct research on other events perceived as negative and examine how younger and older people remember feeling about said events. Regardless, it's critical to consider these biases because how we remember feeling informs clinicians in their diagnostic and treatment-related decisions. And in everyday life, planning for the future for minor or life-altering decisions is influenced by how we remember feeling during similar situations in the past. Our results suggest that younger and older adults better remember specific emotions, but make more errors in remembering their past moods. Thank you.
Thank you, Sagarika. We'll now turn to the judges for a 5-minute question and answer period. Judges, I'll let you, whichever of you would like to go first.
Okay, I'll ask a question. In thinking about the results that you found, is it possible that individuals in between kind of the first and then the second reading that you got from them in terms of, moods and feelings, could they have talked to other people, had conversations about the election, maybe had the potential to kind of either become more firm in their feelings or their moods because they're talking to like-minded individuals? Do you think that there was some sort of possibility of that happening in your study?
Yeah, that's absolutely something we considered. And we had some questions in our survey that addressed those. We just haven't had a chance to look at them yet, but I kind of am hoping to do that after this. But yeah, this is sort of an expansive thing. We also have information about their forecasts like from one day before the actual election. And so there are things I want to do with that data. I just haven't gotten to them yet.
Yeah, I totally understand. It seems like there may be more to look at in terms of kind of strengthening of attitudes potentially, or feelings, or how they might be reporting their feelings and moods based on maybe conversations that they might have with like-minded individuals. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that would be great. That'd be really interesting to look at.
Yeah.
This is really interesting. Great talk. So I noticed, sort of in your graphs, you talked about it a little bit. It seems like there might be a little bit of an interaction, right? Especially with your older adults in terms potentially of a political party, maybe. So have you looked at that statistically at all, or do you plan to?
Could you clarify the question a little bit for me?
Just curious if you actually plan to do any analyses to see if there's an interaction effect where, the influence of whether or not they're over or underestimating these general mood or specific emotions, if it shows a different pattern, specifically, you can kind of see it, in your graphs, but if, the statistics actually sort of show that interaction effect.
Yeah, so that is actually something I have looked at and I've written up for my honors thesis. So it's in my manuscript. I just didn't have time to sort of include that in my presentation today. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there is an interaction among like older adults between political party affiliation or like the person they voted for specifically. That's what I looked at, candidate voted, and yeah, their memory for their feelings. But again, this election event is a little complicated and there are a lot of other moderating factors that I haven't had a chance to look at, including people's appraisals of the importance of the event and things like that. So yeah. That's where that stands.
Great.
If there's time for one more, I'll try to make a real quick question here.
We do. There is.
Okay. So these are all really awesome things that could be looked at as well. And I wonder if, to add one more thing to that list, if there's any difference in intensity of their actual experience, their emotional experience at the time, across the Biden versus Trump voters. Because I know this is a great way of looking at memory for their estimated mood, but I just wonder if sort of the baseline level of actual experience shows any differences also. I don't know if you've already taken a little bit of a look at, or just something else to think about.
Yeah, no, that's definitely an interesting, I guess, perspective to come from. So yeah, I think that's definitely something I would consider looking at.
There's actually time for one more question. Someone has it?
I don't have a question, but just a comment. That was a really nice presentation. You did a really nice job with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right. Thank you so much, Sagarika, and thank you, judges. Our next presentation is exploring the moderating effects of facets of disinhibition on the relationship between social anxiety and alcohol use by Hannah Osborne.
Hi guys, good morning. I'm sharing my screen with you all. All right, can you guys see it? Awesome. Hello, my name is Hannah Osborne, and today I'll be presenting on exploring the moderating effects of facets of disinhibition on the relationship between social anxiety and alcohol use among adults. Social anxiety and alcohol use are prevalent and often very comorbid conditions. Combined social anxiety and alcohol use may result in increased symptom severity and poorer treatment outcomes. Research has yielded mixed findings on the relationship between social anxiety and alcohol use, and have noted an important distinction between alcohol use and alcohol problems. Previous research also suggests that moderating influences of specific risk factors, such as neurobiological traits, may help determine predispositions to developing later psychopathology. One such neurobiological trait may be disinhibition, which can conceptually be defined as poor self-regulation. So in particular, two facets of disinhibition that appear especially relevant are impulsivity, which represents a tendency to engage in behavior involving rashness or lack of planning, and risk-taking, which involves making choices with uncertain outcomes and balancing a potential danger or harm with a reward. So in a sample of collegiate adults, the current study sought to understand whether an individual's predisposed disinhibition influences the relationship between social anxiety and alcohol use and/or problems. I predicted that social anxiety, impulsivity, and risk-taking would be positively associated with both alcohol use and alcohol problems. Furthermore, I also predicted that social anxiety and high impulsivity and high risk-taking would yield increased alcohol use. My participants included 474 adult undergraduates ages 18 through 52 recruited through Georgia State. The pie chart here demonstrates the racial demographic, showing that we did have a pretty diverse sample. We measured social anxiety through the inventory of depression and anxiety, expanded version. We measured impulsivity and risk-taking through the personality inventory for DSM-5, and alcohol use and alcohol problems were both measured through the externalizing spectrum inventory. Bivariate analyses were examined to look at the associations between social anxiety, facets of disinhibition, and substance use. Multivariate regressions were used to determine the unique and interactive contribution of social anxiety and disinhibition to dimensions of alcohol use and/or problems in adults. So impulsivity and risk-taking emerged as predictors of both alcohol use and problems. Furthermore, social anxiety was positively associated with alcohol problems, but not associated with alcohol use. In terms of linear regressions, the overall models demonstrated significance for alcohol use, both of the models for alcohol use. However, this might be due to the large contribution of age, as we see at step 1. That's where the model becomes significant. Furthermore, the only significant interaction we observed was for this relationship between social anxiety and impulsivity on alcohol use. Here is the interaction plot. We see that at low levels of social anxiety, impulsivity increases risk for alcohol use, whereas high levels of social anxiety were actually largely unaffected by impulsivity. Additionally, high levels of social anxiety may protect against the inherent risk of alcohol use that is generally associated with high impulsivity, according to previous literature. Our results demonstrate the value of anxiety in reducing the chance of engagement in risky behaviors, even in the presence of high impulsivity. Drinking is typically a social activity, meaning higher levels of anxiety endorsed here may be specific to social behaviors. Therefore, these results are not completely generalizable to all forms of risky behavior. This study used an undergraduate sample, which may not accurately capture typical adult substance use patterns. As previously mentioned, age is an extremely important predictor of both alcohol use and problem relationships. Using measures that emphasize level of severity may more appropriately characterize different subgroups of socially anxious people. Measuring personality traits on a dimensional level, such as looking at severity, is crucial to accurately classifying one's risk for developing later psychopathology in general. So future studies on social anxiety should definitely take into account self-regulatory strength models of some sort in efforts to better understand trait disinhibition as a construct. Additionally, different facets of disinhibition could be examined, such as irresponsibility, utilizing a more representative sample, such as a larger sample, a community sample, or even a more appropriate age range, or breaking the sample up into different age groups might better capture significant interactions between social anxiety, disinhibition, and alcohol use and/or problems. And operationalizing additional constructs such as coping mechanisms or expectancy strategies may also provide insight into disentangling this complex relationship between social anxiety and alcohol use. And that is all I have. Thank you so much, and I will certainly take any questions.
Thank you, Hannah.
Mhm.
Judges, we turn to you for your questions.
If I could ask a question, actually, Hannah, that was very nice, very clear. And my question was really, how do you think this would change if you went out into the community? What do you think would be different?
Yeah, so since we are very fortunate to be at such a diverse institution, but our sample might look different if we really broke it down into different like age groups, like the Georgia State undergraduate community versus the Atlanta community, like really might look different. Also, like I was saying, like this was 18 through 52-year-olds in this sample. Like if I went out in the community, it was like, all right, age range, maybe like 20 through 30, 30 through 40, like kind of broke it up. Like we really might see different results like within the community like that.
Can you say a little bit about why you would expect that?
I would predict that the younger you are, your alcohol use patterns might be different than, the older you get. Undergraduate alcohol use, like the mean of my sample was 20.6. That's ironically under the legal drinking age. So, like that's kind of interesting to think about, like a young undergrad compared to a 40-year-old who might technically be an undergrad also. Like they might completely, engage in different alcohol use altogether, or they might use alcohol for a different reason. Undergrads might be like stressed out, coping with like school. Adults might be, using for a different reason. That's just, I guess, my prediction.
Great, thank you.
So kind of along similar lines there. I agree, really well presented and really interesting. I guess I'm curious, first of all, did you have what was your level of endorsement? Like were students reporting, levels of alcohol use? And did you have any thoughts, with this being all sort of self-report data, do you have any concerns with that in terms of like social desirability, or do you think that might change if you were able to come up with some sort of like observational measure or something else other than self-report?
Absolutely. I think that's definitely probably another limitation. It is self-reported data, and people who have social anxiety and alcohol use going on, like there is some comorbidity there, and there's potentially some negative affect if you have high social anxiety. Like people, really might be using for a certain reason to cope with some negative emotions or something. And, you know, it really is, sorry, say the last part. Sorry, that was kind of, I want to make sure I hit every part of that question. Sorry.
Yeah, I kind of actually threw two questions into one. I was thinking out loud. But the first one you already kind of addressed was if you were concerned about the self-report at all. And then I was curious if you actually had like what the level of endorsement was, like how much were students in your sample actually saying they were drinking?
So yeah, I think I could definitely look into it more to be certain, but I mean there was a pretty general, like kind of typical level of endorsement. Like people were reporting that they were using alcohol. Um, Alcohol use was more highly reported than the alcohol problems side. That might be due to people are more likely to report that they casually use alcohol than maybe they're not trying to admit that they have alcohol problems. So also going back to like the first part, I think a different type of measure that's not self-report could definitely be helpful here in this case, taking into account all of the emotionality pieces. Like if we were not just relying on their self-report, results might look different.
Thank you so much, Hannah, and thank you, panelists.
Thank you, guys.
Our next presentation is feeding location preferences related to pro-social behavior in capuchin monkeys, Sapagus apella, by Sedona Epstein.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sedona Epstein, and I am presenting on feeding location preferences related to prosocial behavior in capuchin monkeys. This study was conducted at the Language Research Center. All research was non-invasive and voluntary with socially housed capuchins. The data I'm using is from Dr. Mackenzie Webster's 2021 dissertation on contextual influences on prosocial behavior. Prosocial behavior is defined as any voluntary behavior by an individual that benefits another, regardless of cost to the actor. Behavior and brain composition do not fossilize, so a primary method of studying the evolution of human traits like prosociality is to study primates. This process is known as the comparative method. The evolution of prosocial behavior and the mechanisms by which prosocial behavior occurs in animals are difficult to establish. This is partially due to inconsistencies in experimental results and possibly influences of prior experiences. Dr. Webster manipulated the nature and outcome of certain tasks before giving subjects the opportunity to make a prosocial decision. The results of her study found limited prosociality and that their choice did not differ based on nature or outcome, possibly due to overtraining. I assisted in coding behavior in this study, and for this presentation, I conducted novel analyses not included in her dissertation. I investigated location preferences shown by subjects immediately following their choices. In this experiment, two capuchins were in boxes next to each other, with holes in the divider so they could see and hear their partner. They participated in tasks that varied in nature and outcome. Then the subject was given a magnetic bar to pull one of the two trays towards them. One tray gave only themselves food, while the other gave both them and their partner food. As well as recording choice and various behaviors, I coded for the location in which they first began to eat their reward, which was later simplified to being either close to their partner in the middle or far from their partner. I then analyzed the possible relation between eating location and choice. The results graphed here show a difference in choice frequency between locations. A greater proportion of trials in which they first ate close to their partner followed prosocial choices, while a greater proportion of trials in which they ate in the middle or far from their partner followed selfish choices. However, the difference in choice frequency is not very large in the far location. Because these are nominal variables and the expected count is greater than 5, I ran a chi-square test and found that there are statistically significant differences in immediate feeding location based on previous choice. These behavioral differences in location preference suggest validity of the task in assessing prosociality, as well as a possibility that prosociality affects subsequent behavior. These results do come with some caveats. First, there was an uneven spread across location choices. While more far location choices followed selfish choices, the most common feeding location for both prosocial and selfish choices was close to their partner. For both prosocial and selfish choices, there seems to be an overall preference for the close location and aversion to the middle location. In addition, there was individual variation in location preference. Most subjects preferred the close feeding location, but some preferred to be far. There was more consistency in middle location frequency, which was the smallest for everyone. To summarize, while the capuchins showed an overall preference towards eating in the close location, this preference was stronger when following prosocial behavior and weaker when following selfish behavior, suggesting that prosocial decisions may be associated with affiliative social behaviors. I'd like to thank Mackenzie Webster, Sarah Brosnan, Kelly Leverett, Meg Sosnowski, and the rest of the CBUS lab for their help in this project.
Thank you so much, Sedona, and we'll turn it to the faculty panelists for questions.
I do have a question. So kind of two parts. One I think is pretty easy. Was there 9 monkeys participating in the study? Is that correct?
Yes, there were 9
9
monkeys that were subjects, but there were a few others that were recipients or partners.
Okay, so that was my question. In terms of the monkeys that participated, was there variation in terms of who was partnered up with whom during those trials?
Yes, so because our capuchins are socially housed, these are not all in the same group. And so one of our limitations is that we can only partner up with capuchins that will, one, voluntarily come into the testing box, and two, are in the same social group. And so, yes, some of them varied, although within the subjects that were in the same social group, they all had the same partners.
Got it. And so then just one more question, I guess. If you had been able to mix the groups, so test partners that maybe didn't live in the same social group, do you think you would have found anything different?
Yes, I imagine that there would be something different. Capuchins, well, our capuchins are they are socially housed, but they do usually have visual access to one another. That being said, there can be conflict between social groups, which is why we really don't do any experiments that involve them having physical access to one another. If we were to do that, I'd imagine that we'd probably see a lot more aggressive behaviors, probably a lot less prosociality.
Yeah, great. I think so too. That makes sense. Or at least more selfish behavior potentially with the conspecifics run as familiar with each other. So it's interesting. Thank you. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question that's maybe sort of a little bit of a follow-up to Dr. Wilson's. So I know that all of these monkeys are from within the same social group, but obviously we know that they don't all show the same sort of affiliative behaviors toward each other, even within the same social group. So I'm wondering if maybe you saw any preference for the prosocial choices with partners that maybe, I don't want to say liked each other more, we'd be projecting a bit too much on there, but showed more kind of other affiliative behaviors even outside of the experiment, sort of their friends, so to speak, versus the ones they might get into more aggressive interactions with, even within their same social group.
Yeah, certainly. That's actually, I did not do that analysis, but Dr. Webster did in her dissertation. As part of our research at the LRC, we do daily observations that include proximity to each other. And so using that data, we were able to develop a way to tell if certain individuals tended to be more in proximity to the others and had more affiliative behaviors overall. And based on those results, there was not a significant correlation between affiliative behaviors over a long time and the results of this study. But I think it's certainly an interesting question to look into further.
There's time for one more question.
I actually do have one more question. Given that this is a comparative approach, do you have any ideas of how this might be applied outside of the lab?
Yes, certainly. So, I mean, the big purpose of us looking into prosociality in capuchins is because capuchins are primates and evolutionarily closely related to humans. And so a big part of this is to understand prosociality in humans and the evolution of that behavior. Another part of that means that using comparative results from other species will help us paint a bigger picture of the phylogeny of this trait. And so I certainly think that other experiments that look into contextual influences on prosociality in other primates would be really helpful in understanding the big picture.
Thank you so much, Sedona.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is the influence of mental imagery and the cognitive interview on effective eyewitness recollection by Alexis Diana Strawn, Janine Celestia Bush, and Noelle Spangler.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. We are excited to share our findings on the influence of mental imagery and the cognitive interview on effective eyewitness recollection. A little bit of background, we know that eyewitness recollection is unreliable. The cognitive interview was developed to enhance a participant's memory retrieval. One aspect of the cognitive interview is the change of perspective piece, in which we would ask a participant that witnessed a crime, we would ask them to change their perspective to another visual point. For example, if they witnessed like a convenience store getting robbed, we would say the perspective that you viewed it in, let's call that perspective 1. We want you to view it as if you were the cashier or on the other side of the store. We want you to recall the events of the scene from this new perspective and tell us what may be different from that new perspective. This is meant to enhance their memory retrieval. We also know that this is very reliant on a participant's visual imagery ability. And not everyone has the same level of visual imagery ability. Some people even report having none of this ability. That's called aphantasia. So this means that the cognitive interview might not always be equitable in all situations. This led us to our research question: is accurate perpetrator identification influenced by an eyewitness's ability to produce a mental image and correctly shift their perspective during the cognitive interview? So this led us to our formal hypotheses. We predict that mental imagery ability and accurate recall of events during the perspective shift portion of the cognitive interview will be related to recall during eyewitness identification. More specifically, we predict that those with higher mental imagery ability will be more likely to correctly identify the perpetrator, as well as those who less accurately recall events during the perspective shift will be less likely to correctly identify the perpetrator. So for our methods, we had 69 participants. We used a survey-based design. We used 6 crime videos sourced from YouTube or body cam footage. We utilized just the perspective shift portion of the cognitive interview to really dig deep into that visual imagery piece. We did a lineup identification task, and we did the VVIQ, which is an index of mental imagery ability, both object and spatial. So for our procedure, we had participants watch a video depicting a crime. They did a distraction task, and then they participated in the cognitive interview, just the perspective shift portion. After they participated in that, we gave them 7 choices, 5 true and 2 false. So we asked them what would be true and visible from their new perspective. We then gave them an identification task and then a distraction task before moving on to the next video. Afterwards, we collected demographic information and their visual imagery ability score.
Hi, I'm Janine Bush. Thank you, Diana. So what we found is that object imagery ability is correlated with one's ability to correctly identify a perpetrator. We found a significant positive relationship, and the graph below demonstrates our findings or illustrates our findings. The relationship was so significant that for every 1 unit increase in object imagery ability, participants were 1.4 times more likely to correctly identify the perpetrator. However, we did not find a relationship between perspective shift ability and one's ability to correctly identify the perpetrator. The graph below demonstrates that our data was trending positively. However, we didn't find a significant relationship. We think that that may be because we had a really small sample size. So perhaps with a larger sample, we might have enough power to demonstrate a significant relationship between perspective shift ability and one's ability to correctly identify a perpetrator. So what does that mean? That means that yes, mental imagery ability, specifically object imagery ability, is correlated to one's ability to correctly provide eyewitness testimony or be able to identify the perpetrator correctly. And that perspective shift ability at this time, we don't show that it's correlated with one's ability to correctly identify a perpetrator. So when law enforcement officials, this is why it's important, is when they're using the technique, the cognitive interview, they need to consider that everyone has individual differences in ability. So although this task was used to enhance memory recollection, that it may not actually do that for everyone. So it's important to take that into consideration moving forward into the future.
Thank you so much. We'll turn to the question and answer portion with our faculty panelists.
This was really interesting. Really cool way of going at some of this eyewitness stuff. So I noticed when you were going through your method slide that most of your sample was female. So I was just curious, is there any prior research that would suggest that there might be any sort of gender effect on this sort of imagery and what effect that might have? Or is that something to look at in the future?
Yeah, that's not something I've looked at, but that's definitely a good point. I was going to speak about that a little bit. I would definitely like to expand our sample in the future. I've never thought of a gender-based difference. That's very interesting.
Additionally, any of the research that we've read previously never indicated that there was a relationship between gender and one's imagery ability, but it is interesting to consider that might impact or be a difference.
Yeah, I mean, if you are able to recruit a larger sample later, it could just be an interesting thing to control for or to look at to see if there's an interaction. Yeah. But it can be tough to get larger samples, especially, you know, studies sort of this scale.
Other questions?
Could you speculate a little bit more on why you might not have found the expected effect of the different perspective taking task? Other than the fact that, you know, it's a smaller sample than you wanted to get, and, you know, I know you mentioned that the data were showing sort of a trend in the positive direction, that the improved perspective taking task would have likely shown the expected difference. What are some other reasons that you think maybe you didn't find that?
So one's ability to identify objects and is related to one portion of one's cognition, and then the spatial abilities, they operate in different parts of the brain. And so perspective shift, we believe, is related to one's spatial abilities. And so we're not sure exactly how that relates to eyewitness identification, but we believe that it has something to do with the fact that they're operating in two different parts of the brain. But we don't know anything really beyond that at this juncture. So, but perhaps because perspective shift is related to spatial ability, that maybe it's impacting eyewitness identification or the accuracy of it. Would you agree with that, Diana, or maybe I'm misstating?
No, I would agree with that. I did want to add, I read one study that stated that people with aphantasia show a reduced level of object memory ability, but there's no effect on the no effect on their spatial imagery ability. I didn't dig too deeply into this, but there is a relationship there. Definitely needs to be explored. This is a pretty recent topic. I believe the term aphantasia was coined in 2015 or so. So there's not a ton of proper research yet. But yeah, there's a lot to be done here.
We have time for one more question.
I guess mine is a practical application question. By the way, this was nicely done. The slide that you have here suggests that law enforcement officials, right, should take these differences into account. So how do you see that playing out in the real world, right? Is this practical application of this?
I can take this one. I think that it's important for the cognitive interview to potentially be given with a score of mental imagery ability. It's not traditionally taken. When you participate in the cognitive interview, there's no score. And so I think it would be good to score it, number one. But also, I think a lot of people in the real world treat the cognitive interview as if it's like the end all be all. And I think this really opens the door to examining the different trends that might occur within not just imagery ability, but also gender, or I just think that it needs to be more in depth before we call it like it is, you know? So yeah, definitely a deeper level, because eyewitness recollection is not good on its own. So I think we need to look more deeply into all of the aspects of a person's ability to really trust it.
Great, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
next presentation. Our next presentation is Exploring Social Anxiety and the Peak End Rule by Aaliyah Brown. Aaliyah, you're on mute.
Sorry. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so exploring social anxiety and the peak end rule. So what is the peak end rule? In social psychology, we know that we use mental shortcuts or heuristics to remember experiences. And one of the most interesting shortcuts we use is the peak end rule. And basically the rule just says that people remember distressing experiences based on the most intense or peak or very last end point of the experience. So rules like the peak end rule are defined as if they happen the same every time for every person, regardless of individual differences. But we know that people are different, and we know that these differences may affect how people remember things. For example, we have research that indicates social anxiety may alter the way people remember things, but we don't have any literature that examine the peak end rule and individual differences like social anxiety together. So ultimately, in our study, we wanted to see, are socially anxious people more susceptible to more intense peak end effects than people who aren't socially anxious when in ambiguous situations? So our research question is, are people with high social anxiety more susceptible to intense peak end effects than people with low social anxiety? And we hypothesized that memories of events for people who are very socially anxious will be more strongly affected by peak and end experiences than they will be for people who are less anxious. So how did we go about answering this question? We had people play, or we had college students come in and play a prisoner's dilemma game. What the prisoner's dilemma game is basically an economic exchange game that's used to study cooperation. And for the sake of time, I won't go too much into the game, but we are more interested in their stress levels and how they felt when they were playing. So while throughout the game, we had them stop every 5 rounds to rate their stress level. Their highest rating of stress level would be their peak rating. And then at the very end, we had them rate their stress level again, like right after they finished. And this is their end rating. And then a bit later, we had them recall their whole experience together and how they felt overall about the game. And this is their post-game rating. So how was all this analyzed? It was analyzed using a regression analysis. All the models we tested were significant. So we were able to look at the effects of individual differences. The dependent variable was post-game stress rating, and our predictor variables were social anxiety, peak stress rating, end rating, and we used gender as a covariate. So in game 1, we found that people with low peak ratings also have low post-game ratings, regardless of how socially anxious they are. But people with high ratings tend to have high post-game ratings if they're socially anxious. And this was the same across all 3 games. And then when looking at the end ratings, we found that although high end ratings were associated with higher post-game stress ratings for both groups, people with high social anxiety had lower overall ratings, lower overall ratings of both end and post-game stress. This was super interesting and surprising. It was counterintuitive because you kind of assume that people that are more socially anxious will have higher stress when playing the game. And this was also the same across all 3 games. So just to recap, ultimately in all 3 games, people with low peak ratings also had low post-game ratings, regardless of their level of social anxiety. However, people with high peak ratings reported higher post-game ratings if they had high anxiety. And then when looking at the end results, ultimately in all 3 games, people with high social anxiety had lower post-game ratings or lower post-game stress ratings than those with low social anxiety. So what are the main takeaways? First, our peak results did not confirm our hypothesis. Peak results did confirm our hypothesis because ultimately people with high social anxiety had higher peak and post-game stress than people with low social anxiety. But our end results did not confirm our hypothesis because people with low social anxiety had higher end and post-game stress ratings than people with low social anxiety. And this all suggests that end ratings may be more important for people with low social anxiety, and peak ratings may be more important for people with high social anxiety. This is all important. Like, why does this matter? Because it gives us insight into how social anxiety affects the way we experience and remember social interactions. So in the future, we want to look into why does this happen, since we were so surprised by the end results. We kind of want to look into the phenomena of why this occurs and why it looks like people with low social anxiety, end ratings are more important for people with low social anxiety and peak ratings are more important for people with high social anxiety. So I would like to acknowledge my awesome mentor at Georgia State, Dr. Erin Tone, and the L-STAR Lab and the RISE program at Spelman College for helping me in my research endeavors and helping me make this poster.
Thank you, Aaliyah. We'll turn to faculty panel questions.
This is really awesome work and great job, first of all. I would love to hear you, I don't want to say make complete conjecture, but make some guesses, I guess, as to why you think this did happen. I know you said that's sort of your future direction, but what's on your mind now as to why you feel like maybe the results turned out the way that they did?
Right. So I'm thinking that the end ratings may be more important. The peak ratings may be more important for people with high social anxiety because when people are socially anxious, they are more susceptible to remembering more distressing experiences. So they might be more susceptible to remembering the most stress that they felt during something that's negative. And that could influence how they remember the experience overall. And then as far as end ratings and low social anxiety, I'm not really sure why that occurred that way. That was the most surprising to us, and we're going to look at that later.
Cool, thank you.
Others?
I just had a quick question. The social anxiety range that you were seeing, did you have a slide that actually showed that? So did you just split them into high versus low, or did you do any sort of regressions?
Right. So it wasn't just split into high versus low. I believe that participants did the LSAS, and so they were split using the social anxiety questionnaire.
Because they weren't actually help seeking for social anxiety, right? These are all sort of subclinical.
Yes.
Okay. So this is within sort of a functional group.
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions?
Would this then have implications? If you yourself know that you are a low social anxiety or a high social anxiety, would there be advice that would come from this in terms of how to interact and make judgments about your interactions with people?
I think, I'm not sure.
I'm just trying to think about implications again.
Right. I'm so sorry. I'm really drawing a blank.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm just trying to put it all together in my head. It's a complicated set of results.
Could you rephrase the question maybe?
Well, I'm just trying to put this all together in my head and sort of say, well, you had this stress during the game and after the game. Mm-hmm. And there's a different relationship between those with low stress and those with high stress, social anxiety.
Right.
And the original question was about this peak end effect of, paying more attention to what's happened recently. And since that can skew our thinking about things, or how we make judgments about things, I was wondering if, given you're finding this difference between high versus low social anxiety, if somebody knows they're in one group or another, should they, take this to heart in some way? How might it affect your day-to-day interactions?
Right. So I know that the scales only go from -10 to 45, but in reality, like they could go to 100. So overall, we found that participants weren't extremely stressed. So I don't know that I would tell someone to really take it to heart and say, like, if you're not very socially anxious, then you're gonna be like super stressed or, stuff like that. I think it's pretty moderate effects from this data. So I think we'd have to look at maybe more distressing experiences where the anxiety rates are higher to look at whether people should really take it into more social interactions, because the game is also a virtual game. And so your emotions are involved, but they may be more involved in person. I think that should be studied.
Nice, thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaliyah.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is an analysis of Georgia State University's transfers by Obaseki Ahirome.
Hello, good morning, guys. All right, like Dr. Tusher said, my name is Obaseki. So we can provide a quick analysis of Georgia State's transfers here. Just a quick overview of why I kind of was interested in doing this. I am a traditional Georgia State student. I did start here and I'm a senior here now, but kind of anecdotally, as I was going through my classes and just meeting new people, I was learning that a lot of people just in my personal life were kind of looking towards doing their general eds at Georgia State and moving to other schools that were more targeted towards their specific majors. So that caused me to wonder and concern if Georgia State was having a higher transfer rate compared to the national average or at other schools. Once I started digging into the literature, there was a lack of studies based on specific majors and their rate of transfer. There was a lot of work done on other student demographics, such as race, age, gender, family, education, but there was a specific lack in that. So that's what really pushed me forward to getting into this information here. The data that I'm going to be going over covers 40,471 anonymous traditional students that started their education at Georgia State between the years 2010 and 2020 and ended up transferring out. This data set only contains students that have transferred away from Georgia State, so there's going to be no dropouts or students that have stopped their education for whatever reasons, or graduates from Georgia State University. The data comes from two places: Georgia State's own Office of Institutional Research, which provides a lot more sensitive personal information about the students, such as their total credit hours completed, their GPA, their declared race, as well as their declared majors. And the other data set is the National Student Clearinghouse. This is a data set that covers over 99.7% of accredited four-year universities across America. So that's how I tracked what students transferred and where they ended up transferring to. Looking at the first graph here, these first graphs, this is me working with the Georgia State and the Clearinghouse data here. On the bottom left, I do have the most popular majors, the most commonly declared majors that we're working with here. Another thing to note that all these data sets all this math and all these graphs are produced by me using this declared major of the students once they enter into Georgia State. It's not their most common major. So all of the pre-nursing, pre-psychology, all of those have been grouped together kind of to form just one nursing, one psychology grouping, just to make it easier to show the math and have a more populated, evenly predictable scout here. So on the bottom left, we do have the health professions, businesses, humanities, biology, and computer science. Georgia State does, as a whole, over the 10 years, does have a lower transfer rate compared to the national average of 37.2%, and compared to Georgia's total transfer average of 57.7%, we're doing a lot better there. I was really expecting a lot higher of a transfer rate in the computer science area, since we have Georgia Tech right down the street here, but Georgia State is doing a really good job of retaining a lot of those students here. And most of the general larger majors, we do a better job here. On the right is me looking at just Georgia State's highest rate of transfer per major over the 10 years here. And a lot of these majors on the right are less commonly declared for entering students over the 10 years. So things like geology, even though geology has a massive transfer rate, over the 10 years, there's only 17 people that had declared that major joining in, which is an interesting way to kind of look at it for a lot of these majors, because that kind of leads to me having other questions indicating on if these lesser declared majors are chosen by students, are they going to be more likely to transfer? And again, like I said, since I was really interested in computer science, being a higher major, seeing what the products of that were, I want to look at it based off of sex, or the gender of the students here, thinking that maybe even for males there, it was going to be a higher transfer rate there. Again, kind of similar things. A lot of these majors are not more commonly declared among entering students. Just for an idea, of 25% of all incoming freshmen declared either biology or were undeclared majors entering in here. So a lot of these lesser declared majors are going to end up boasting the higher or highest transfer rates here. Kind of the next steps from my studies are me taking the entry survey that every student comes in with, every traditional student comes in with, and taking it once they leave and trying to take those numbers and those factors and seeing if I can predict what students are going to be likely to transfer and what things that we can do to keep them at Georgia State longer. And of course, I just want to thank Benjamin Brandon and Benjamin Bond from the Office of Institutional Research for helping me compile and supply the data. I'll take any questions now.
Thank you so much.
Cool.
We're open for questions.
You have a quick question about what other maybe data you either had access to or maybe could ask in the future if it's not part of this data set. Obviously, I mean, great job, and this is a really important area of research, especially for the institution. Do you have any handle on why the students transferred? I know you didn't talk about asking any kind of survey questions of recent students, but is there any data out there that either from the clearinghouse set that explain maybe why they did the transfer?
The clearinghouse itself does not provide a lot of those surveys. The clearinghouse is kind of like a data bank that a lot of universities provide information to, kind of just to build that database. Just from reading individual schools' papers, a lot of departments have done their own type of studies to see what people have transferred out based on a lot of the reasons in terms of just people leaving from major to another major, going to another school. Typically, the number one thing is kind of resources that they feel that are available to them. Just kind of depending on what type of school that is available then. But of course, a lot of these schools that are publishing those papers, at least from what I've been able to read, are typically smaller schools that don't have a lot of funding available to them. So they're just lacking a lot of the resources that Georgia State has.
Other questions? Anyone, faculty? All right, we'll take that as a sign. It was very clearly presented. Thank you so much, Obaseki.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is Associations Between Childhood Trauma and Cognitive Empathy with Social Anxiety as the moderator by Olodara Oni.
Hi, my name is Olodara, and my presentation will be on social anxiety moderates the relationship between childhood trauma and cognitive empathy. And I worked on this presentation with grad student Ann Workhauser and faculty member Dr. Erin Tone. So for my research question was, does the relationship between behavioral empathy and childhood trauma differ for people high and low in social anxiety? And the development and lit search on this question was very interesting, and I am excited to share with you my results. So for the background, adaptive outcomes are associated with childhood trauma, with researchers finding that adversity increases empathy. Researchers Lim et al. And Vpurc et al. Found enhanced empathy in those who have experienced childhood trauma, with them scoring higher on empathetic levels than non-trauma groups, showing that childhood trauma is associated with increases in empathy. And social anxiety heightens awareness in social situations, increasing their attentiveness and sensitivities to others' state of mind, which in turn increases cognitive measures. And that means that they are more likely to put themselves in the perspectives of other people to see whether those people are evaluating them negatively or positively, enhancing their social cues. And for the methods, we had a diverse range of participants. 1,435 Georgia State students filled out online self-surveys that measured 3 different constructs. Childhood trauma was measured by the Childhood Trauma Questionnaire, which is a brief survey of 6 early traumatic experiences: death, divorce, violence, illness, sexual abuse, and other. Cognitive empathy was measured with reading the mind in the eyes, which assesses the ability to recognize complex mental states expressed through human eyes. And social anxiety was measured using the fear of negative evaluation, which assesses their fear of negative evaluation by others. And for the results, firstly, we put cognitive empathy, social anxiety, and their interaction into a regression analysis. And as you can see here, there was an overall significance with P being less than 0.001. And for hypothesis 1, we hypothesized that there would be a positive correlation between childhood trauma and cognitive empathy, which was supported with P being less than 0.001, showing that there is an association between childhood trauma and increased cognitive empathy. And for hypothesis 2, we hypothesized that the relationship between childhood trauma and cognitive empathy will be stronger at high levels of social anxiety, which was not supported with P being greater than 0.05, showing that high levels of social anxiety had no effect on the relationship between childhood trauma and cognitive empathy. And for the discussion, empathy is linked to beliefs about pro-social behavior, with empathy believing to be a motivator in behavior. And high levels of empathy are associated with pro-social influence and believed to predict the development of pro-sociality. And since adverse life experiences are linked to increased cognitive empathy, understanding the connection between childhood trauma, which is a common adverse life experience, and its connection to empathy will help us understand interpersonal behavior. And I would like to acknowledge GSU STEP for help funding this research and my presentation.
Thank you so much. We will turn it over for questions now.
Hi.
Hi.
So that was a fantastic presentation, like really well described, like background and results. Yeah, I was really interested in the model that you selected. So using, was social anxiety the moderator, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was wondering if you had thought about social anxiety potentially being a mediator. So like being, you know, I don't know if you can see this, but like here you have trauma, like quote unquote causing empathy, and then social anxiety being the reason for it. So like trauma leads to more social anxiety, which then leads to more empathy. And it's the same variables, but just a different model. And I wondered if you thought about trying that model.
No, I did not think about trying that model, but while doing the research, I found that a lot of research had that model in there with like the associations between that. And I found that very interesting also.
Yeah. So, I mean, just because you didn't find the support for hypothesis, I feel like it would still be really, I mean, it's like fishing for results, but it would still be really interesting to see if you can replicate perhaps like the previous models that the other researchers found too.
Yes, because I did find it really interesting how I saw that childhood trauma can cause social anxiety. That's why I picked social anxiety, because at first I believed that low social anxiety would make it higher because they aren't around people as much. But then I found that that was true, but also the opposite, because now they're heightened to other people's emotions and how they would view them. So they're more in tune with their cognitive side.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you for a great presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Others.
Hi, really great presentation. I actually also have a question about the moderator of social anxiety. And as I was thinking about it, I was thinking that oftentimes people with social anxiety misperceive others' evaluations, right? And so I wondered if that actually would, if we would expect anxiety to be associated with empathy, at least accurate empathy, and wondered if you had other thoughts about other types of maybe sociality or, you know, other constructs that you might consider in future research.
For one would probably be, I would say, because it's more of self-reported empathy, how people perceive others to empathize with others and not like actual records of empathetic levels. So one would be, I did find that its correlation to compassion was very interesting, and worry, because they said people with high levels of empathy and worry are higher for social anxiety. So I wanted to, maybe worry would be a good construct to fit in there, because I never really thought about that until I started reading more, and it was really interesting. So I would love to go more into that.
Thank you. And we have time for one more question or follow-up. Faculty? Take that to be that everything was very clear and well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is Symbol Learning to Guide Relational Abstraction in Adults and Children by Katie Basford.
Hi, my name is Katie Basford, and I have the honor of working as a research assistant in the Success Lab with Dr. Church and Dr. Smith, where we study cognition in adults and children. Along the same lines of our lab's interests, psychologists have long been interested in how humans understand abstract relations, such as the concepts of sameness and difference. Abstract relations have long been thought to be vital to human cognition. In 1890, William James referred to the understanding of sameness as the very keel and backbone of our thinking. Prior research has shown that there are developmental differences in the understanding of relational concepts. With the importance of abstract relations in mind, my colleagues and I asked the following questions. Do humans have the ability to take visual instructions from symbols in order to pick the correct relationally paired objects? And can they generalize this learning to novel shapes and colors? Can they then transfer this learning to select the correct symbol to declare the relation? And finally, are there age differences in this ability? To attempt to answer these questions, we recruited 25 adults and so far 14 children ages 5 to 8 to participate in a study to measure their ability to learn symbols to guide their choices about different types of same-different relations. Participants completed 7 tasks in which they were presented an abstract symbol, either an X or an O, and 2 pairs of stimuli, and were asked to pick the pair that was denoted by the symbol. We provided feedback after every trial. Tasks 1 through 4, which you can see on the screen, consisted of only shape or color matches. As you can see, task 1 focused on color, while task 2 focused on shape. Tasks 3 and 4 were a little more complex and began to introduce combinations within the pairs. Task 5 intermixed the shape and color trials from tasks 3 and 4, requiring the participants carefully attend to the symbol on each trial. Task 6 introduced novel shapes and colors that the participants had not seen before, such as that blue color that we can see on the screen. In task 7, the rules of the experiment flipped. Participants were shown a pair of stimuli and then asked which of the abstract symbols, X or O, they thought was denoted by the pair. This task assessed the participants' ability to assess the symbols bidirectionally. So all 3 participant groups showed a significant decrease in performance from task 4 to task 5, which was where the combination color and shape trials were intermixed. But there was an increase from task 5 to task 6, where the novel shapes and colors were introduced. This showed the difficulty at first when needing to pay attention to the symbols, but that they had a quick recovery once their attention was appropriately focused. Results from task 6 also showed strong capability of generalization to both novel shapes and colors. Although there was a drop in task 7, it showed capability of transfer significantly above chance. However, initial data from the 5 to 6-year-olds suggests that they do not yet have strong capability of learning symbols. In each age group, performance significantly dropped upon initially seeing the intermixing of shape and color trials, showing that they had to closely pay attention to the symbol. Performance rebounds in adults and 7 to 8-year-olds suggest that they comprehended how the symbols denoted the relational concepts. They were also able to fully transfer to novel shapes and colors. The results of task 7 suggest that they can use symbols bidirectionally. The 7 to 8-year-olds were capable of learning symbols and understanding their ability to represent same different relations, both abstractly and bidirectionally. We have not had the chance to assess as many 5 to 6-year-olds yet, but those we have did not show ability to use the symbols consistently. In the future, we plan to continue collecting data for both the 7 to 8-year-old age group and in particular, the 5 to 6-year-old age group. Thank you all for listening to our presentation. Do you have any questions?
Faculty panelists, we turn it to you.
Hi, this is really great research, and I'm most interested in what you think about some of the variability that you see in the 5 to 6 year olds. Um, I think I'm interested that the 5 to 6 year olds were able to do any of these phases of the task. Um, and so, I saw on your one graph that they were up at about 80%, like the 7 year olds and the adults, task number 2 and task number 4. What is what's your hypothesis as to why you might see some of this variability for those 5 to 6 year olds?
Right. So our 5 to 6 year old is definitely our smallest group. We have had a little trouble finding 5 to 6 year olds to participate. And so it's not a super powerful analysis as of yet. And I think we've had some very bright 5 to 6 year olds participating. So I don't know if maybe that has been part of it, if maybe we've just had some high achievers that have sort of made the data a little bit different than it might look once we have a full set. But I think specifically in the early tasks, children at that age are capable of learning as they go along to pair a symbol with our more simple stimuli pairs. So I think that's mostly what it is.
Okay, so maybe sort of practice effects from task 1 to task 2, and they had enough experience with similar enough trials.
Yes, yeah. We always say you may not know at first, but you'll learn as we go on. And I think by task 2, they're sort of catching on and going, oh yeah, okay, so we're looking for who's matching. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Nice job.
Thank you.
Others?
Hi, Katie. This is Dr. Swartout here, and I just wanted to say I think you did a really nice job explaining your study design here. I was wondering if you could speak to the reasons. I guess I'm sort of interested in the data here on this slide as well. And like Dr. Fleming, I'm kind of not only impressed by the 5 to 6 year olds, but also those 7 to 8 year olds. Like they're almost doing as well as adults on this task, which to me, just in your explanation, seemed really intimidating and difficult to catch on to. I appreciate your optimism that I would figure it out by task number 2, but I was wondering if you could speak to why these age ranges particularly, and why you don't really have sort of an adolescent age group in here, and if you would expect it to sort of be a linear trend, like just moving up with age, and just sort of why 5 to 8 year olds and then adults.
Right. So that's mostly just because I think we're in early stages of collecting the data. I would love to do every age group, but just, from time and resource, we're kind of having to start somewhere. So that's the reason for that. I would expect a sort of linear sort of looking, but, rapidly increasing as we get older. I think it's the way that we present the project is very much like a game. And so I think that inspires the children, especially, to sort of view it as something that they really want to succeed at. And so they actually do a really phenomenal job of paying close attention whenever we're playing. And if they're not, I sort of tell them that I'll show them my cat afterwards, which gets them to pay attention really well. And so I think because they are attending so closely to it, by the time we reach task 2 and task 3, they have had enough experience with it, and they've been through enough trials that they are starting to have an understanding of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question. Or seeing none, we'll just tell you thank you, Katie.
Thank you all so much.
Our next presentation is examining the influence of stigma and treatment rationales on Asian American attitudes toward internet-based cognitive behavior therapy by Sarah Jamal and Sharba Dillip.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Jamal, and I'm presenting with Sharva Dillip today. We have the pleasure of working in Dr. Paige Anderson's Anxiety Research and Treatment Lab, and today we're examining the effects of stigma and treatment rationales on Asian American attitudes towards internet-based cognitive behavioral therapy. So what really sparked our interest in this research question was the psychological impact of anti-Asian rhetoric that has been going around with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also realized that within many Asian American cultures, there's always been a general stigma surrounding the topic of mental health treatment. There are several factors that play into this, some of the main ones being intergenerational family values, religion, and the model minority myth. Internet-based cognitive behavioral therapy, or ICBT, has shown effectiveness in providing anonymity benefits to its previous users. So we wanted to see if there was a correlation between stigma and willingness to use ICBT. And we also examined if receiving a detailed explanation of ICBT would improve Asian American attitudes towards ICBT.
So we had two main hypotheses. Our first hypothesis was that higher rates of stigma would be correlated with higher acceptability of ICBT. And our second hypothesis was that higher rates of stigma would be correlated with higher perceived anonymity benefits of ICBT. So as far as methods go, we looked at 94 Asian American participants that were recruited from the Metro Atlanta area and Georgia State University. The mean age of the participants was 20.4 and the standard deviation was 4.36. These participants were asked to complete questionnaires that examined stigma as a barrier to mental health treatment and attitudes towards ICBT. And furthermore, they were randomized to two groups. The first group received a treatment rationale, which is basically a detailed explanation of ICBT. And the second group did not receive this treatment rationale and rather just received a brief definition of ICBT. And to analyze the data, we used Spearman's row correlations and an ANCOVA.
So Spearman's row correlations showed that there was no significant relationship between stigma and acceptability of ICBT with a p-value of 0.78. There was also no statistically significant relationship between stigma and anonymity benefits of ICBT with a p-value of 0.29.
However, an ANCOVA showed that there actually was a significant positive relationship between participants who received the treatment rationale and attitudes towards ICBT as compared to participants who did not receive this rationale. So as you can see on the graph, the mean reported attitudes towards ICBT for participants receiving the treatment rationale was actually higher than the mean reported attitudes for those who did not receive the treatment rationale. So people in Generation Z are born from 1997 to 2012. The mean age of our participants was 20.4, which would therefore indicate that many or most of them are part of Gen Z. And according to the literature that Sarah and I looked at, Gen Z is generally more willing to seek mental health treatment and resolve their mental health issues. And Gen Z also lives in a more digital world than older generations. And with ICBT being a digital way of delivering therapy, the idea of receiving digital mental health after learning more about it may seem more appealing to this generation. And some of the literature we have looked at also shows that Gen Z values being online and being informed about things that happen around them compared to other generations. Hence, the presence of a treatment rationale may have contributed to higher acceptability of ICBT among this generation.
Additionally, we think that a potential reason that stigma was not correlated with higher acceptability of ICBT may be a result of acculturation in the context of mental health. So in other words, Asian American participants who were recruited from the Metro Atlanta area may feel more connected to some of the social values that permeate the local Atlanta area, which has a large Gen Z population due to the many different colleges in the area. And going with the idea that Gen Z is more willing to shine a light on mental health than previous generations, Asian Americans in this area, and especially the college students that were recruited for this study, may also adopt similar perspectives towards mental health treatment due to that just currently being a dominant view of mental health among this generation. As for future research, we think there should be future studies that look at the impact of treatment rationales on acceptability towards ICBT for other age groups and populations that have shown a hesitance to seek mental health treatment.
And furthermore, for future studies could also look at the effect of treatment rationales on attitudes towards other forms of psychotherapy, such as like face-to-face therapy.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Do you mind if I start? This
Yeah,
is
please do.
Dr. Aharoni, and I think you had a great presentation here that was really concise and clear, organized. Your conclusions were sounded very plausible and thoughtful, but I got, because we have so little time, I had a hard time kind of extrapolating on that, because I think I missed some of the details in the hypotheses. So could we go back to the hypotheses slide? And I want to give you a chance to unpack that a little bit, to explain why you made these predictions and how you operationally defined them. So, how did you actually measure these things, especially anonymity benefits, which was kind of a new concept to me.
Right, so we hypothesized originally that higher rates of stigma among Asian Americans would be corresponding to higher acceptability towards the use of ICBT due to its anonymity benefits. So anonymity benefits was essentially operationalized by the APOI, also known as the Attitudes Towards Psychological Online Intervention Scale. It's a 16-item measure that kind of measures attitudes towards ICBT in general, but we specifically looked at the anonymity subscale of that entire 16-item scale to measure perceived anonymity benefits. Stigma was operationalized as through the PBPT, which is the Perceived Barriers to Psychological Treatment Scale. And we specifically looked at the 7-item stigma subscale within the PBPT to measure stigma. And so I think I answered all your questions, but if I didn't, please feel free to add on.
Yeah, if you could just.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I just wanted to add
ahead.
on to what Sarah was saying. So also these things were measured on a 5-point Likert scale, ranging from not difficult at all to impossible. And 2 of the questions off the top of my head from stigma would be concerns about being judged, and then stigma, family, friends knowing. And then from the anonymity subscale questions, it was like a therapist assisted ICBT program is more confidential and discreet than visiting a therapist. And then by using a therapist assisted ICBT program, I can reveal my feelings more easily than with a therapist. So those were just some of the questions that I had off the top of my head.
Thank you. Yeah, that answers my question, because without that, I was thinking of stigma as being a potential reason to predict lower acceptability toward the use of ICBT, depending on how we define it. But that's clear.
Dr. Good?
Yeah, hey, nice job, folks. Really, really great. I was really happy to see Ann Kova as one of your statistics you use, because that's what we're covering in graduate statistics this week. So that popped out at me. Got just a really quick question. What was the covariate, what we were controlling for when you're looking at differences in positive attitudes between these 2 treatment groups?
Right, so I believe the covariate was measured by the DAS, which stands for the Depression and Anxiety Stress Scale. So that was the covariate.
Yeah, so you want to account for like, oh, go ahead, Sharva.
I was just gonna say and then the dependent variable was the acceptability towards ICBT. I just wanted to just clean it off.
Yeah, and you want to control for sort of how bad off folks were coming into it.
Right.
Awesome, thank you.
Of course.
Dr. Barber?
Thank you. This was really great. Your intro when you started was talking about how the pandemic made you all very interested in this. And with that in mind, it sort of sparked this question of whether you broke up your participants into East Asian and South Asian participants, or have ideas about how that might or might not look different.
So originally we were really interested in looking at that, but unfortunately this data was collected before the pandemic, and the data asked for race and ethnicity, but it didn't specifically go into South Asian and East Asian, only Asian or Asian American was an option. So, but I think it would be really interesting to look and see if there was a difference between those two groups, because there are different intergenerational family values and religious factors that may affect South Asians and East Asians a little differently. So it would be interesting to see if stigma was portrayed differently within those two groups.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah and Sharva.
Thank you.
That's some smooth music.
Love it.
Is that automatic or?
I'm guessing it's not live music.
Band's got to work during pandemic too, so.
Our next presentation is Associations Between Collective Self-Esteem and Intergroup Anxiety by Veda Balaji.
Hi, everyone. Hi everyone. My name is Veda Balaji, and I'm going to be talking to you all today about the associations between collective self-esteem and intergroup anxiety. So let's jump right in. So what exactly is collective self-esteem? Well, we know that self-esteem in general is just a measure of someone's confidence or one's own worth and abilities. And so collective self-esteem is the same idea, but it's based on one's social identities, social interactions, and group affiliations. And so Crocker and Lutonen were some of the first to study collective self-esteem. And they believed that there was a relationship between people's self-esteem and how they felt about the groups that they were a part of. And so why exactly is this concept relevant? Well, previous studies have found that members of marginalized groups are at risk of internalizing negative stereotypes about their group, making them feel really bad about the groups that they're a part of or the groups that they come from. And however, collective self-esteem can be protective against these kinds of distress and very good for mental health. And so one specific type of distress that collective self-esteem can be protective against is something we call intergroup anxiety. And this is the anxiety that an individual might feel while interacting with people outside of their group affiliation. And so while researching collective self-esteem and intergroup anxiety, we didn't find any studies that looked at the associations between these two variables or ones that investigated whether these associations differed between groups. And this is an important concept because because collective self-esteem couldn't just be valuable for just certain groups, but it could also be valuable in protecting against intergroup anxiety. And more specifically, we look at historically marginalized racial groups or historically privileged racial groups, we might see some differences here. And so we decided to examine whether race moderated the association between collective self-esteem and intergroup anxiety in a sample of Black and white university students. And we hypothesized that individuals in the marginalized groups, so our Black participants, would report lower levels of collective self-esteem would exhibit increased levels of intergroup anxiety. And for individuals in our privileged groups, or our white participants, the associations would be in the same direction, but they'd be weaker associations. And to test this, we brought in 188 university students, 2/3 of whom were African American and 1/3 who were Caucasian. And our participants completed a variety of questionnaires and some computer tasks, but we mainly focused on measures of collective self-esteem, measures of general intergroup anxiety, and we also included a measure of trait anxiety as a covariate. And so to test all of this, we used multiple regression, and we tested a model that significantly predicted intergroup anxiety, as shown in table 1. And so our predictors included trait anxiety and primary racial identity, both of which had a significant main effect on intergroup anxiety. We also found a significant interaction effect. So the interaction between race and collective self-esteem actually significantly predicted intergroup anxiety. And because our model was significant, we were able to examine the contributions of each individual predictor. So as hypothesized, at low levels of collective self-esteem, our African American participants reported higher intergroup anxiety vulnerability than our Caucasian participants. And at higher levels of collective self-esteem, racial group differences weren't evident in terms of intergroup anxiety. And so what exactly does this mean for our research and future research? Well, our marginalized group members with low collective self-esteem are at high risk for levels of distress. And this poses a potential issue not only in general self-identity, but also for social communication between in-groups and out-groups. And this concept could even apply to many other types of marginalized groups. For example, if we looked at gender differences or socioeconomic differences instead of racial ones, we might see the same or similar results in that low collective self-esteem might exhibit high intergroup anxiety. And so there's so many different directions that we could take to expand upon and improve upon our studies of collective self-esteem. But for now, I just want to quickly thank my mentors, Dr. Cohn and Michelle Rattinger, for helping me out with this research. And I'm open for any questions you have on this research. Thank you.
Faculty panelists, I turn it to you. Go ahead, Dr. Good.
Oh, great job. Thank you very much. Would you mind going back to that last data slide, like right before the acknowledgements? Because I had a question about it. Just in the plot, it looks like you're splitting folks into two groups by their CSE when you're measuring intergroup anxiety, right? Or is that more of a continuous sort of thing?
Which slide did you want me to go to real quick? This one?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, cool.
So did you categorize folks? Did you do like a median split to get low versus high private CSE, or is the plot just a simplification of a continuous relationship there?
I think it's more of a simplification of it, like you said. And we mainly found like prominent results in our low collective self-esteem, which is kind of where we found our significant difference there. But yeah, it is a simplification.
Cool. Just thanks for testing for the interaction, because a lot of folks are looking at we got a significant difference here at the low end, but it's not at the high end, and therefore there's a race specific difference. But without that interaction term, you can't draw that conclusion. So
exactly.
Dr. Lee?
Hi, so that was a really cool presentation and I love the analyses that you did. I just have a couple questions. So I see that, oh, you can't see my mouse. I see that you have high and low private CSE. So does collective self-esteem have like different subscales, and were you like looking at one, or is this like an overall like average of the entire scale?
Yes, so collective self-esteem does have a bunch of different subscales. I think there's public, private, and I want to say there's a couple more. We did focus on private, and we also looked into public collective self-esteem. And it's mainly because we're looking at social interactions, but also we're focusing on how people are looking at themselves in regards to like social interaction. So like how they view themselves as a member of their group. And so that's kind of why we considered private collective self-esteem over the other types. Is mainly we're focusing on that like inner monologue version of collective self-esteem, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that totally does make sense. Thank you for the rationale for that. So I also have another question. So like, it seems like, I think, and you can correct me, like historically CSE has been used for marginalized groups like Black participants in our study. So what would CSE look like for the white participants? Like, yeah.
So what we found actually was at low levels of collective self-esteem for our Caucasian participants, they did exhibit higher intergroup anxiety. They just exhibited it at a lower or at a weaker association compared to our Black participants. So they had the same association. It was the same kind of way that they were going. It was just a weaker association. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, because like looking at this figure, it almost looks like, I don't know if the slope for Black participants is significant, but it looks like for white participants and Black participants, the directions are like opposite almost. Like the results, the association between CSE and intergroup anxiety is different based on race.
And I think so I'm trying to see how to answer your question. Give me a second. And also this thing is blocking my graph. But I think what it's basically saying is at low collective self-esteem, both our Black participants and our white participants reported high intergroup anxiety, but our African American participants reported a higher intergroup anxiety vulnerability in general. So they both reported intergroup anxiety vulnerability, like they were both vulnerable to intergroup anxiety at low levels of collective self-esteem. We just simply had a higher report for our African American participants. Did that at all clarify?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Maybe I'll follow up with a clarification question to that one, and I apologize if you already answered this, but if we're just looking at the white participants, is that slope significant? Are those in the high private group, do they have higher anxiety than those in the low?
For our white participants,
Right.
I think so. And I say I think so mainly because I'm not 100% sure I'm understanding.
That's all right. It just raises an interesting question of how to interpret that.
Yeah. Well, I think it is significant mainly because the model in the first place was significant, but and I think so. But I think that would be interesting to look into as like why is it significant? Why do our Caucasian participants who exhibit these low levels of collective self-esteem feel higher levels of intergroup anxiety? I think that'd be a really interesting thing to dive deeper into. But yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Barber, you'll be our last question.
Thank you. I think I have an easier clarification question, which is about the intergroup anxiety measure. Could you tell us more about what intergroups these were about? So is this intergroup racial like anxiety, or is it just working with anybody different from yourself?
So intergroup anxiety in general can be looking at any kinds of different groups. So we could be looking at different gender groups or different socioeconomic groups. Our study in particular did focus on different racial groups. So we were looking at our African American individuals who might exhibit anxiety in the presence of other racial groups. And so, yes, it can be used in a variety of different kinds of group interactions. Anxiety is present in everyone, and it doesn't just apply to, interactions between racial groups. But when we specifically measured it, we did look at, how certain groups were looking at their out groups and if they were exhibiting any anxiety while interacting with other out groups. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much. Our next presentation is Resting State Brain Networks Connectivity and Auditory Verbal Hallucinations in Schizophrenia by Kanisha John.
Hello, everybody. And here is my presentation on auditory verbal hallucinations and schizophrenia and what I've been working on. So, auditory verbal hallucinations, they are a positive symptom of schizophrenia, and they are very common, affecting more than 70% of schizophrenics, and are one of the most distressing symptoms of the disorder. FNC is the interaction of brain regions categorized by correlations between fMRI brain signals, which imply correlated neural signals. Research seems to support that abnormal FNC is correlated with auditory verbal hallucinations. So I hypothesize that specific brain regions FNC correlates with auditory verbal hallucinations. For this study, I used subject resting state fMRI scans that had their brain networks estimated by Neuromark. Neuromark is a template that estimates brain functional network measures. The template was made and evaluated across multiple data sets to show that it is reproducible in the networks that it estimates between people who don't have schizophrenia and people who do have schizophrenia. So because of this, I used the Neuromark template networks and estimated whether the connectivity between the networks in the brain scans relate to hallucination severity in my subjects. All the subjects were schizophrenic patients who had not changed medications recent to brain imaging. The subjects took either one of two assessments, the scale of positive symptoms, which is the SAPS, or the positive and negative syndrome scale, which is the PANS. It rated hallucination severity on a number scale from low to high. And there were two data sets, the Vpurc data set and the Cobra data set. In the Vpurc data set, subjects took the SAPS and the PANS. And in the Cobra data set, everybody took the PANS. So I correlated the subject network connectivity with their hallucination severity scores. In doing this, I found that in the Vpurc data set, the insula and the middle temporal gyrus had the most negative correlation. The most negative correlation for each data set was called the minimum. And on the graph, the x-axis you can see is the hallucination score, and the y-axis is the connectivity value. And as scores go up, the connectivity tends to get more negative and decreases. In our Cobra data set, however, also had a minimum correlation, but it wasn't between the insula and the middle temporal gyrus. It was between the fusiform gyrus and the amygdala hippocampus network. And they had the most negative correlation, as you can see, as their scores go up, the connectivity tends to decrease. But I concluded that there was not specific brain regions associated with auditory verbal hallucination severity due to the lack of replication between the Vpurc data set and the Cobra data set. And replication was what I was expecting for these subjects because their fMRI data went through Neuromark. However, like I said before, in the Vpurc data set, I did find that the insula and the middle temporal gyrus network were replicated in the Vpurc data set. So in the future, I would like to see if that shows up in other data sets, if I could do a different fMRI analysis. And I would like to keep exploring functional network connectivity and its relation to parts of schizophrenia that I have not looked at yet. And the network differences between the Vpurc dataset and the Cobra dataset could be due to a couple of things, like for instance, schizophrenia in general has various symptoms that I did not look at in this analysis. I only looked at auditory verbal hallucinations. So the other symptoms that the subjects are experiencing could have interfered with our results and kind of influenced them. And auditory verbal hallucinations as a whole, they have various characteristics like content, intensity, amount, distress level, and more. And those characteristics could have influenced the subject's results as well. And also, lastly, I think that maybe hallucination severity might have not been the measure that is correlated with FNC, and maybe FNC is related to another measure of auditory verbal hallucinations. That concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
If I could start, because I have just some clarification questions, and I'm
Yes.
sorry if I'm a little slow in processing this here. Could you go back a slide? So yeah, the FBurn and the Cobre data sets. First, again, you may have said this, but what are the differences between those data sets? Are there any important differences that could explain
No,
why?
so there, after looking at the covariates and like kind of doing tests to see if there were differences between them, there aren't really any differences like in sight and age. I put the means of the age, they're around the same. The gender differences, there's not any significant differences in that. That's why I was wondering, oh, why are we finding two different minimum correlates?
Okay, and then the hallucination score, that was based on a self-report measure?
Yes, the PANS and the SAPs are assessments where the participants kind of rank. Of course, there's an assessor there with them. So it's not like they turn it in, they're doing the assessment with them and rating their hallucination score.
Okay, so if we assume that the significant effects that you got in the one data set were in fact real, then how would you interpret that in terms of what are those brain areas normally doing, perhaps in a healthy brain, that are different here in this population that might are somehow associated with hallucinations?
Yes, so according to research, the networks kind of associated with these networks are actually networks that in healthy people, they have normal connectivity, but in people with abnormal FNC and hallucinations, you could see like so abnormal kind of saying like a minimum correlation. That's that's like a low correlation. And we see that like schizophrenic people, and in research, like it has shown that like the abnormal FNC between those kind of brain regions, those people also have auditory verbal hallucinations. But to answer your question, like healthy people wouldn't have that abnormal FNC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, if I could extend on that question just a little bit, maybe you can go back to that functional connectivity network diagram that you got. Well, maybe after that. There we go.
Yes.
And can you just detail the one that you're talking about? You're talking about insula cortex and its functional association with the middle temporal gyrus.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
I just want to clarify. I think I understand this. In your conclusion slide, it seems like when you say an abnormal FNC, you're saying that you were expecting to find less functional connectivity between these two brain regions, between insula and middle temporal gyrus. So there would be less connectivity there in people who are experiencing auditory hallucination.
What we were expecting, I was expecting, so like Neuromark, it has a template of like the brain regions, stuff like that. What I was expecting was essentially like the Cobre data set would also have a minimum correlation between the middle temporal gyrus and the insula. That's what I was expecting, because Neuromark replicates.
It means that those aren't functionally connected, right, as much as in someone who's not experiencing those symptoms.
Minimally, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have time for one more question.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yes. I was if our panelists have one. Yes, if our panelists have one.
Well, sure. I mean, since we're talking about this connection between the insula and middle temporal gyrus, what are some functional connectivity just means that these things are simultaneously active, and so that points to some.
Yes, like they have an interaction between each other.
Yeah. What are some behaviors that would be implicated in particularly middle temporal gyrus that that you might expect to be related to the impairments and these positive symptoms?
So it's like the fact that they are kind of depending on each other. Like we don't really know for sure other than that, but the research kind of points to like people who do have like hallucinations, like noticing their fMRI scans, like we see this kind of dependability between these two brain regions. And I know it's like hard to grasp, but there's nothing really other than that we like see. So we're kind of like wanting to explore like, oh, and these people that do have these hallucinations, what do their brain scans look like? So it's a very like neural standpoint or kind of point of view. Like,
cool, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, thank y'all. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. All right.
Our next presentation is Sleep Quality and Executive Function in a Diverse Sample of Healthy College Students by Maria Parisha.
Hi, everyone. I'll be sharing my screen. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Parisha, and I'm an undergraduate assistant at Dr. Tricia King's Developmental Neuropsychology Across the Lifespan Lab. And today, I'll be presenting on sleep quality and executive function in a diverse sample of healthy college students. For the study, we were particularly interested in looking at the working memory aspect of executive functioning. So, sleep is essential for working memory because it influences neural activation in the frontal and parietal cortices. A similar study that uses the Vpurc Sleep Quality Index, also known as the PSQI, had a similar study like ours. However, their sample was primarily white, non-Hispanic. So the aim of our study was to examine how sleep quality affects working memory and executive functioning in a diverse sample of healthy college students. Our sample included 29 college students and their respective informants. An informant is just someone who has been living with a participant for at least 6 months, so it can be a mother, a father, a roommate, or a friend. We divided our sample into 2 groups, good sleep and poor sleep. And we did this based on a cutoff score established by the PSQI. If it's greater than 5, you were placed in the poor sleep group. The average age of our participants was 20.86 years, and there were no significant differences between the groups based on age or GPA. The measures that we utilized were the Frontal Distance Behavior Scales, or the FRISBE, the Behavior Rating Inventory of Executive Function, or the BRIEF, and the PSQI. The FRISBE and the BRIEF are both informant-reported questionnaires that measure the behavior related to executive function and working memory. The PSQI is a self-rated questionnaire, and it measures the sleep quality over the period of 1 month. And here, I want to show you kind of like a brief screenshot of the PSQI, and a question that the participants might be asked is, during the past month, when have you usually gone to bed at night? Again, we're just trying to get a grasp of the participants' sleeping habits over 1 month. Now I have some descriptive statistics. As you can see, these graphs show a breakdown of race and ethnicity in our 2 groups. You can see on the left, the good sleep group, and on the right, the poor sleep group. So the 2 racial groups that we see the biggest change in breakdown are the white non-Hispanic and the Black students. So the majority of the white non-Hispanic students rated themselves as having poor sleep, as you can see by the green in figure 2, while the majority of the Black students rated themselves as having good sleep, as you can see with the purple in figure 1. However, it's interesting to note that both the white and Black students were virtually getting the same hours of sleep at around 6.65 hours. So our results show that students in the poor sleep group were rated as having greater difficulties with working memory and executive functioning, indicating that sleep affected primarily their informant-rated cognitive skills. And you can see in this table, we have the 2 p-values that were significant, the 0.005 for the dysexecutive or executive functioning, and then the 0.003 for working memory. So in line with our findings, previous research shows a link between poor sleep and cognitive function, specifically working memory and inhibition on performance tasks. Maintaining a healthy sleep schedule is a struggle for many young adults, so it is important to raise awareness about how it might affect their cognitive ability. This study is generalizable across races and ethnicities. However, there might be potential cultural and social factors involved with the self-rating aspect. Even though we did not study specifically what these factors are, it might be possible that societal pressures and inequities are at play with the discrepancies in the self-rating. The limitation of self-rating, however, can be overcome if we looked at the biological variables, for example, sleep monitors to analyze physiological responses of the participants during sleep, and also neural activation during cognitive tasks that was measuring working memory. An example would be the NBAC. Also, future studies could focus on having neuropsychological data over informant data, and that might show different results. So that's why a future study could really focus on this. Lastly, I just wanted to mention and talk about sampling in neuropsychology. So a review of neuropsychology's journals published between 2011 and 2019 showed that only 4% of the neuropsychology literature focused on race and ethnicity. Thus, we need to be intentional about the sampling, and it is really important to represent the population in our samples. And that's all I have. I just wanted to thank the participants for, providing their data. I want to thank Dr. Trisha King and the lab that has helped me greatly throughout my project. I just wanted to thank Rella, who has been working with me all throughout this project, and also the Brains and Behavior Summer Scholars Program that allowed me again to work on my project over the summer. I was able to write an abstract and present a poster. So this is, I just wanted to thank everyone. And these are my references. And are there any questions?
Thanks, Maria. Who'd like to go first?
Hi, Maria. Thank you. Oh,
Hi.
Sorry, Dr. Good put his hand up. I should. Oh.
No, Dr. Swartout, you go first, and
Okay,
Dr. Good will go second.
Okay. Would you mind to go back where you showed us some of the questions on the scale?
This one?
Okay, the sleep quality index. So you said you've divided these folks into like good quality and poor quality. And then you mentioned that on average, they were sleeping the same amount each night. So
yes,
I'm wondering, and this may be getting a little too far in the weeds, but I'm so curious about that distinction or about that sort of anomaly in your data that they're basically sleeping the same amount each night, but they've rated themselves quite differently. And I just wanted to see if you could say just a bit about how you get the ratings where you made this distinction between poor and high quality sleep, if it's not necessarily tied to number of hours, which it sounds like it's not.
Right. Yeah. Can you hear me well? Because I just disconnected my phone. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So basically the PSQI is, as you can see, it has a couple of different questions. And what we do is we get all these results and we kind of have an overall global sleep score. So you are right. Sleep amount of hours of sleep is not the only factor that we take into consideration. And as you can see, for example, if they've had trouble sleeping because they cannot get to sleep, we look at how long they take to fall asleep. We look at how many times they spend in bed. So like what time they go to sleep and what time they wake up. However, like the amount of hours of sleep might be different from that. And there's a bunch of different kind of specific parts that we look at, right? However, we were just kind of, when we saw the descriptive like breakdown of the racial groups, we were interested as to why that was happening. And again, this is something future research can really look into because the global PSQI score, so if it's greater than 5, you're placed in the poor sleep group, right? And this is a self-rated questionnaire. So it might be that students, for example, white students are endorsing poor sleep and rating themselves as having worse in other kind of questions while virtually getting the same hours, if that makes sense. For example, how long has it taken you to usually fall asleep? Maybe some people say that it takes longer, but at the same time, like, there's a lot of potential discrepancies in self-rating, which is why I believe looking at biological variables, for example, with sleep monitors, might be a way to kind of get rid of this potential question, I guess. But yeah, I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. It just, that is very interesting to me that you saw this difference in quality despite not a difference numerically.
Right. Yeah, because we did a chi-square tests and we found no significant results of the difference between the poor and the good sleep based on race and ethnicity. However, when you look at the actual breakdown, the majority of the white students are rating themselves as poor sleep, while the majority of the Black students are rating themselves as good sleep. So it's just interesting, that finding. And that's why I wanted to make a graph showing the two tips.
No, it definitely is interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, that's kind of related to what I wanted to know, that I imagine it's probably hard to find a lot of college students who are getting good sleep at all. So it's kind of striking that you had as large a sample as you did who weren't meeting that cutoff of bad sleep. But I wonder if you've thought about other things that might be related to both the I think cognitive impairment is too strong a word, but to the impacts on cognition that you've documented, and also sleep, right? It might not necessarily be their sleep quality that's the main thing involved in working memory. What else might be going on that you could investigate further down the road?
Yeah, so I think physical activity, that's one of the main things that we can look into, and kind of, sleep physical activity, and food intake. So basically just looking holistically at the person and seeing how their lifestyle is affecting their cognition. There might be a lot of different factors. For example, future, like their past, where they live in, their parents, like there's a lot of different factors. And we just have to be, we need to have studies that show, because there's a lot of studies, for example, looking at older participants. However, in like middle-aged college students, there's not, I mean, there is, but there's not a lot. So that would be a great future thing to look into. Thank you for your question.
Dr. Steppenbeck?
I had a question similar to that. I realized we're at time, but I was wondering if you had a measure of substance use in your study for this reason of how substances can affect sleep and potentially cognitive functioning. So I was curious about that.
Yeah, hi, thank you. We did not include that in this study. However, there is a question on the PSQI that asks the participants whether they take medication to sleep. It's not necessarily the same thing. I understand that, but we definitely could include that in a future study because this data was obtained from like a bigger study that we kind of used data, we took the data and we input it, did the study. But yeah, that's a great thing to look into for the future.
Thank you so much, Maria. And
thank you.
Thank you to all our presenters that have gone so far and to our faculty panelists so far. We will now have a brief 30-minute lunch intermission, and then presentations will resume at 12:30. Our next presentation, and the first for the afternoon session, is Auditory Perceptual Learning in High Functioning Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder by Kay Lane.
All right. All right, hello all. My name is Kay Lane, and today I'll be presenting auditory perceptual learning in high functioning children with autism spectrum disorder. So to begin, autism spectrum disorder is a developmental disorder characterized by atypical social interactions and repetitive behaviors. Children with autism spectrum disorder have difficulties learning non-social, visual, family resemblance categories. High-functioning children with autism spectrum disorder seem to be unable to learn visual categories from exposure, and this may be reflective of abnormal perceptual learning. However, high-functioning children with autism spectrum disorder do not show the significant language delays typical of other children on the spectrum, so this may be indicative of normal auditory perceptual learning. When it comes to adults,
Adult auditory perceptual learning is enhanced when stimuli are presented in progressive rather than random order. And this was the case whether learning took place via active training or passive exposure. So the purpose of this study is to investigate whether progressive versus random order and active training versus passive exposure affect auditory perceptual learning in children with and without high functioning ASD. So our participants were 24 children with high functioning ASD and 15 typically developing children. And the procedure was for each child to complete 4 flutter hunts. So these flutter hunts are discrimination tasks that ask the children to distinguish between more or less harmonically saturated auditory sweeps. So here is an example of a less saturated auditory sweep. And here is an example of a more saturated auditory sweep. So each task was comprised of a learning phase, which was 90 items, and a testing phase that was 30 items. So during the learning phase, half of the learning phases, the stimuli were presented in random order, and the other half of the learning phases were presented in progressive order. During the testing phase, stimuli were always presented in random order. Further, 2 learning phases implemented passive exposure. So here we present a stimuli and we just ask the participants if they will remember the sound the next day. And 2 learning phases implemented active training. So participants were presented a sound and we asked them if there were more or less flutters, and we researchers give them feedback as to whether or not they were correct. It's worth noting that the auditory stimuli varied in saturation, and stimuli of different frequencies were used per task. So what did the results show? Well, both groups learned better when they were directly trained, regardless of learning occurring through active training or passive exposure. Both groups learned the best when stimuli were presented in progressive order. And again, this was irrespective of training or exposure. So the results show that both children with high functioning ASD and typically developing children perform similarly when the condition is progressive order. And this pattern of enhanced auditory perceptual learning under the progressive order presentation is consistent with the adult data. So in all, children with high functioning ASD and typically developing children perform similarly. They both perform the best when stimuli are presented in progressive order. And again, this is regardless of if they learn through active training or passive exposure. And this finding suggests that children with high functioning ASD have typical auditory perceptual learning. And perhaps this typical auditory perceptual learning explains why high functioning children with ASD do not show the language delays typical of other children on the spectrum. Thank you all so much for your time. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. And panelists, you are welcome to simply ask your questions, or if you'd like to use your raise the hand feature, I'll call on you. Dr. Martin, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi there. What an interesting, complex experiment. I was wondering, with groups and with your trained and untrained conditions, how did you analyze the data?
So we used ANOVA as far as to see the differences within and between groups. And then also, yeah, that was our data analysis, if that was your question.
Good, thanks.
Certainly.
Dr. Cooper-Mink?
Yeah, hi, Kay. I really enjoyed your presentation. So I really liked the implications that you drew at the end, and wondered what your thoughts were about about if you were to do the same thing with children who had, I guess, less high functioning ASD, what you think the results might look like, or what would you hypothesize?
Oh, a good question. Well, okay, so considering, okay, auditory perceptual learning it doesn't seem to be impaired in high functioning children. I would hypothesize that there could be, and I think since it is a spectrum, right? I think it would depend on where specifically. I don't know if there's as much distinction when it gets to the lower functioning or like mid functioning, but I would presume that perhaps if there's a mid functioning group, that they would have better auditory perceptual learning, and presumably these would be the individuals who maybe have less difficulties communicating. And when it comes to the lower functioning end of the spectrum, I would predict that they might have the most difficulty with these categories with auditory perceptual learning.
Okay, thank you so much.
Dr. Cohen and then Dr. Anderson. Oh, Dr. Cohen, you're on mute. I'm sorry, we couldn't catch your question.
No worries. Kay, thank you so much. You did a great job on this. I was wondering how you think age might have an impact on this. Like, what age kids were in these groups, and how might this influence these results?
So this group, if I'm not mistaken, these were 8-year-olds. This was between 8 to 12. And this particular experiment, we only look at children from 6 to 12. So we had the most data with the 8 to 12, which is why this is what I ended up presenting. But I don't have much more information regarding the younger children, or if it's different. No. We do have the information when it comes to the 12-year-olds. So I'm not as sure when for the younger children.
Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Anderson? Not sure if Dr. Anderson's having technical difficulties or what the situation is there, but if someone else has a question, Dr. Martin, thank you.
Yeah, I had one other question. I was wondering if you have a sense of how much variability there was among your participants, like how big was the spread, and might there have been some extreme scores, or if you have a clinical impression of how well they were doing.
Okay. As far as any outliers, I wasn't made aware of any, like when I looked through the data, I didn't see or detect any significant variation or anything that was like way out there for the typically developing children or high functioning children. So it didn't, if I'm interpreting your questions right and the data, there wasn't any major variability with I want to say between groups, but
yeah, I suppose that would make sense since there wasn't a strong difference between the two groups, right?
Right.
Thanks.
Certainly.
Right. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Kay.
Oh, certainly.
Our next presentation is Intergroup Anxiety and Attention for Positive Cues from Racial Outgroup Members by Micah Howell.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Micah Howell, and the topic of my discussion is intergroup anxiety and intention for positive cues from racial outgroup members. Firstly, I would like to thank Michelle Rattinger, Dr. Aaron Tone, the L-STAR Lab, and STEP for giving me funding and resources to complete my presentation. So let's begin. What is intergroup anxiety? It's the fear of interacting with members of groups that one doesn't belong to. So for this presentation, I will be directly discussing the racial aspects of intergroup anxiety. That is to say, I will be focusing on 2 different racial groups for intergroup anxiety. So why should we care? We actually live in a world where there's an abundant amount of intergroup anxiety, and we all have some sort of experience with it. It can also prevent social interactions that might help bring together different groups. That is to say, it's very different in racial groups. So for example, a marginalized group can actually have reason to avoid and just ignore inviting cues from outgroup members that were considered from a privileged group. So we hypothesized that intergroup anxiety would be associated with attention bias for happy outgroup faces in a sample of Black and white college students. That's to say, for Black students, the higher they reported intergroup anxiety, the more their attention would be biased away from happy white faces. And for white students, the more intergroup anxiety they reported, the more their attention would be biased away from happy Black faces. So in a sample size of 59 college students, they were asked to complete self-reported questionnaires that measured intergroup anxiety, general social anxiety, and motivation to avoid appearing prejudiced, internally and externally. They were also asked to complete computerized tasks that measured the attention bias and implicit bias. This is the IAT and the dot probe task. For this presentation, I will just be discussing the dot probe task. So the dot probe task is a common task used to test and measure attentional bias and to help understand whether people attend to or away from emotional faces. So the participant would first focus on a fixation point, then they would see a pair of faces, a neutral face and a happy face. And then they would see an asterisk on a Black screen, and their job was to click to identify where the asterisk would appear on the Black screen, like either on the left side or the right side. So looking at the results, we used 2 linear multiple regression analyses, one for Black participants and one for white participants. Both analyses used a dependent variable of attention bias scores for outgroup happy faces. Now, this was the reaction time from the button pressing that we collected, and this ranged from negative to positive. For independent variables, both analyses used the motivation to avoid being prejudiced, as well as intergroup anxiety. For Black participants alone, we added the social anxiety because in the most simplest model for analyses, the white participants did not need it. So looking at the results, if we look over to the white participants first, we can see that their internal motivation to avoid appearing prejudiced and their intergroup anxiety showed positive correlation with one another and showed significance. Then heading over to the Black African-American participants, we can see that their internal motivation to avoid being prejudiced, as well as their intergroup anxiety, showed negative correlation, but also showed significance. So overall, both analyses showed significance. So what does this mean? This means that the white participants looked more towards the Black happy faces, while the Black participants looked more towards the neutral white faces. And we interpret these results as the white participants looking more towards approval from the Black happy faces, while the Black participants were looking for a possibility of threat, because although the white faces were neutral, they are considered ambiguous. So to further understand why, to further understand this impact, we actually have to apply more research into this topic. We need to know exactly why does intergroup anxiety hold this type of hold over our communities? And, basically racism comes from anxiety. It comes from the fear of just being unwilling to interact with one another and actually opening up into an area of acceptance. And although this won't actually solve racism outright, it's a step in the right direction. Thank you. And I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Micah. Would like to start with questions. Please, Laura. Dr. McKee.
Oh, sorry, I saw Mike had his hand up. I couldn't figure out how to, I'll figure out how to raise my hand in a minute so that I'm more equitable. But Micah, thank you for that presentation. I am definitely interested in biased attention. So you caught my attention that you're taking a look at that that sort of methodological approach. One question I had was just about your sample, and you may have presented this and I just didn't catch it. So did you have any individuals who identified any other way than white or Black? So were there any individuals who identified as multiracial or as Hispanic or Latinx, or was just a white-Black sample?
So we did have participants that did refer to themselves as mixed race or Hispanic. So for their questionnaires, they are asked in extremely specific detail, where do they see themselves as? And then from that, we would ask them, like, do you see yourself as a white participant or a Black participant? And then we would just put them into those groups as shown.
I got it. So they might have initially indicated that they had a multiracial background or heritage, but then you kind of force them to say, do you identify most with a white group or a Black group? Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Gotcha. Can you think about how that might impact, your results in any way? Just wondering how you might think about, people who have a multiracial background.
I actually do think it will impact our data. And I actually think this is probably something we can use for another research sample size, because, not every type of, just putting someone inside of a box, it's not really showing them that they actually mean something. So for example, my sample size would be like at the African American community, but not every every Black person in that group sees themselves as just a African American participant. So that's actually something I really thought about doing next time. So going more into the irracial characteristics of it and seeing how that affects the data.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I answered your question. I answered it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, thank you.
All right. We have Dr. Barron, Dr. Martin, and then Dr. Anderson.
My question was similar. So I put my hand down, but I'll try to be really quick. This is an area that I know very little about, and it was a really nice presentation, and you did a great job. So congratulations. I'm just wondering, in this type of research, do people sometimes think about, so you're using happy faces, and I'm just wondering about whether there may be other kinds of presentations of faces that people may find just in general more intimidating to sort of join, rather than the happy face. I know you use neutral also, but I'm just a little bit curious about whether someone's anxiety about joining a group may be in some ways affected by sort of the, what they're seeing in the people that are in that group. And again, this comes from my complete lack of knowledge about anything in this area. So for example, with neutral faces, or obviously you're not going to have unhappy faces, but so I'm not exactly sure what else you would use, but just, if you could comment on that.
So thank you for your question. And that is another question I actually thought about while creating this presentation. So I believe there is research in this area, but there are faces more than just the faces I've shown. So from the dot probe test, there's actually not only just the neutral / happy faces, there's also threatening and angry faces. And I also think, I'm not sure, but I believe there might be Doppler tests that also involve sad faces. So I think we can just use a variation of emotions just to see how those affects your in group.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think happy faces makes perfect sense for your question. I was just curious. So yeah, that's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Martin?
Yeah, interesting work. It looked like in your regression tables, a lot of those numbers were different. And I was wondering what you make of the group differences that those likely imply.
The regression tables. I'm sorry. So I put it towards the regression tables. Can you actually tell me what numbers? I'm so sorry.
Well, no problem. Maybe it's too complex and it's kind of a tangent, but it looks like if we're comparing across groups, if the numbers are the same, we would say that the groups are the same, but it looks like every single number is different. And so I was wondering what you make of that.
I really don't have an idea of what I would make of it, but I can say that I think it's just because of how different both groups are. We can't really compare their LSAT scores as well as their external motivations, but I think we can just say that their internal motivations are somewhat of within the correlation of their anxiety, their intergroup anxiety. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah. So the measures are a little bit different and the groups are pretty different. So it seems like a hard problem, but thanks for struggling with it.
Thank you.
Chantal, were you saying something? We couldn't hear you.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I was actually saying that we're finished and out of our question and answer period at this time. So I was telling Dr. Anderson she could go first on the next one. So thank you. And thank you, Micah.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is Racial Coping and Family Social Support in Black College Students by Sawyer Adams.
Hi, everyone. Give me 1 second to share my screen. Okay, can you all see it? Okay, wonderful. So, hello and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sawyer Adams. I'm a graduating senior working under Dr. Sierra Smalls-Glover, and my team and I researched the relationship between racial coping and family social support in Black college students. So when on top of the academic stresses of college, discrimination can be an additional source of stress that negatively impacts students from marginalized racial and ethnic backgrounds. These impacts can be mental health issues, increased anger, lower academic performance, and decreased life satisfaction overall. Previous research has shown that coping socialization, which are the messages we receive about how to cope with stress, can help mitigate these impacts. For example, social support coping socialization has shown benefits in reducing depressive symptoms in Black women and in increasing communication among youth and their family. This is because social support coping socialization is a strategy in seeking external factors for comfort and support, like your family, your friends, or your religion. Problem-focused coping socialization is internally focused on what you can do in the moment or after facing racial discrimination. This has been shown to increase self-esteem when facing racial discrimination and can also buffer against depressive symptoms. My team and I focused on how problem-focused and social support coping socialization messages correlated with the students' perception of their family's social support behaviors. So we're focusing on the students' ideas and perceptions and feelings and not the family behaviors themselves. Additionally, because our sample was predominantly female and the literature often mentions racial socialization coping outcomes in females, we wanted to understand if there was a difference in coping styles and feelings of support by gender. We first hypothesized that both types of racial coping socialization would be positively correlated with the students' perceptions of family support. So receiving these coping socialization messages would respond to students feeling more supported by their family. By gender, we predicted that social support seeking socialization would be significantly correlated with student perception of support from their families in females, and problem-focused coping socialization would be positively correlated with perceptions in males. Sorry. The data for our research came from the Health and Academic Success of African American College Students study, which recruited participants from a large and racially diverse university in the southeastern United States. Our study used 444 African American college students with a mean age of 19.86, and 80% of them identified as female. We used two measures for the study. Social support behavior scale measured whether or not parents would give a type of support like sympathy if needed. Racial coping socialization messages were measured with an adapted version of the ways of coping measure, socialization measure from Folkman and Lazarus, which included the problem-focused coping and social support seeking coping subscales. We've included sample items for you all to see on this slide. As you can see, types of coping received are in fact correlated with feelings of support and perception of family support, as we predicted in our first hypothesis. This means that students are reporting that receiving racial coping socialization messages allows them to perceive more support from their family or feel more supported by their family. Additionally, as you can see that gender is small but positively and significantly correlated with both types of racial coping socialization messages. This tells us that gender plays some kind of role in the types of socialization that these students are getting, but not necessarily that they're feeling more supported because of their gender. This table corresponds with our second hypothesis, and socialization here is divided by gender. So in the blue above the diagonal, you have females, and the green below is males. For males, neither type of racial coping socialization messages are reported as affecting or being associated with their perceptions of support, their total social support. This tells us that men are not reporting that receiving racial coping socialization messages is an important or determining factor in their perception of family support or their feeling supported by their family. For females, however, this is the case, and this tells us that our second hypothesis is partially supported, indicating that both types of racial coping socialization are important for females' perceptions of support, but not for males. As we continue to explore how parents teach their children how to cope, it is important to consider differences by gender, how racial coping is part of the development of psychological well-being, social support, and how gender plays a role in the perception of these messages and their feelings of support. Controlling for gender and perhaps more inclusive categories of gender, or running separate analyses altogether in future studies is encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sawyer. And faculty questions? You can either raise your hand or just unmute yourself. Yes, Dr. Cooper Mink.
Hi, Sawyer. Nice job with your presentation. So you find that women perceive that the messages they get from parents, they perceive that in terms of more positive support, and males don't. So do you have thoughts about what things males might consider in thinking about, you know, the sources of social support that they receive?
Well, right off the bat, I'll tell you that these results absolutely shocked me. I definitely thought that males would report some kind of support or perception of support after being socialized to deal with racism. However, I honestly don't think I could tell you why males aren't reporting that socialization isn't giving them a perception of support. I think possibly there could be other environmental factors that may play a role in them feeling more supported, or perhaps talking about racial discrimination for males is something that deters them from feeling supported. This would be something that future studies would definitely have to look into. And the literature didn't necessarily say much about it either.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting though, because you know, it's not that the males are reporting feeling supported, at least as much as the females are. It's just that it's not systematically related to those two types of socialization messages.
Yeah, it could very possibly be that there are different types of socialization messages that benefit them more. Hopefully not avoidance coping socialization, because a lot of studies have said don't do that.
Yeah, right.
But as of right now, I don't entirely know why they're not reporting that either of these, especially the social support seeking coping, are relating to their perceptions of support.
Awesome, thank you.
Dr. Martin?
Yeah, this is really interesting. I wanted to make sure I understand this table. The total social support is the total of the two types of coping, or is it a different scale?
So this is the social support behavior scale that measured if a parent would be able to provide a type of support if needed, like being sympathetic. So this is essentially not necessarily a measure of family behaviors, but the student's perceptions that their family is being supported.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So what do you make of the different patterns of correlations there? The fact that row number 3 is so different from column number 3.
Once again, absolutely blew my mind when I looked at this, because I thought for sure, I expected there to be a difference. A lot of the literature talked about Black women being really supported by their social networks, their social support. But I thought for sure, men would at least report something being significantly correlated to feeling support from their family. Like I said, I really don't know why they didn't. But I'm really curious to see in future why or what other factors play a role into what makes Black men feel more supported.
Well, if I could follow up on that, be careful not to, and I think Dr. Cooper mentioned this, be careful not to say that they don't perceive support, because they do. But what's really interesting in this correlation table is the way in which these three things covary is fundamentally different for the different genders. So there's a difference in level, but what you're unpacking here is a difference in cohesion across these three constructs.
Difference in cohesion. I like that, by the way.
It's fascinating, and it'll take a lot of digesting, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We have time for one more question. Yes, Dr. McKee. Or
Okay, thanks. I figured out how to raise my hand. That was exciting. That was a great job, Sawyer. I'm really interested in emotion socialization, which shares a lot of similarities with this coping socialization. And I think what's interesting about what you did is that you're looking at how parents are, socializing coping in response to a specific stressor. And so in this case, discrimination or racist behavior. And so I wonder if you were looking at, I guess my question is, do you think you would see a similar or different pattern of findings if you were asking about how parents were socializing, coping around, let's say, interpersonal violence or a different kind of stressor? This is a really, really important one. And I was just sort of thinking about kind of other areas that parents are socializing their kids to cope with. Wondered if you had thoughts about that.
I think it really depends on, that category of what they're socializing, because the discrimination faced by Black women and Black men, while overlaps in many categories, can be vastly different, especially because Black women are so intersectional in being a woman and being Black. I do think we'd find sort of similar trends, at least for Black women when it comes to certain types of coping, because literature has often mentioned racial coping socialization outcomes in Black women and how it, for many of them, reduces depressive symptoms that are associated with discrimination. But as of right now, I really couldn't fully predict how it happens in Black men. But I do think we'd see some similar trends varying based on what specifically they're socializing against or socializing with what in mind. Yeah.
Thanks.
And Sawyer, I just want to read, this is actually a question from Dr. Anderson. I think she says, great presentation. I'm curious if the racialization and social support literature among African Americans is overrepresented by females. This was a question that in the chat, I think she may be having some audio difficulty, so I'm conveying it for her.
I definitely think that there is room for improvement in the literature. We do tend, I believe personally, we do look at Black women a lot, but that is because the discrimination that they face is so multifaceted from different types of identity. But I do think not just for women and men, but we need to start looking at more inclusive and less dichotomous categories of gender, understanding how transgender or intersex children perceive support, how their gender identity corresponds to the type of socialization messages they're getting. I think this will all be incredibly useful to developing the literature. I know who was it? I think it was, funnily enough, Dr. Salazar here at GSU, who studied how transgender Black women are benefited from social support networks when it comes to perceiving discrimination. And Dr. Dunham over at Yale talks about how understanding adolescent perceptions of support and growth and development in different gender identities are incredibly important to understanding children, even if transgender intersex children do not make up a statistically large portion of our population.
And thank you, Dr. Anderson. Comments, great points and admirable knowledge of the literature. Thank you, Sawyer, and thank you so much. We've appreciated your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is the relationship between race, discrimination, and depression and anxiety levels during COVID-19 among Asian, Black, and white identifying college students by Aurora Dongo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aurora Dongle, and today I'll be discussing the relationship between race, discrimination, and depression and anxiety levels among Asian, Black, and white identifying college students during COVID-19. So since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the US has seen an increase in the amount of discrimination directed toward Asian Americans. Also around the emergence of the pandemic, the Black Lives Matter movement was also gaining traction due to several well-documented police killings of several unarmed Black people. However, social and political opposition directed toward the movement have resulted in increased discrimination directed toward African Americans. Previous studies have looked at the effects of perceived racial discrimination on the mental health of other marginalized groups, such as Southeast Asian refugees, Korean immigrants, Vietnamese American college students, and Arab and Muslim Americans following 9/11. These studies found that there's an association between experiences of discrimination and greater psychological distress, such as increased levels of depression and anxiety. The purpose of this study is to determine whether Asian and Black identifying college students experienced more discrimination compared to white students, and to determine if that discrimination predicted greater experiences of anxiety and depression. College students from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, Georgia State University, and Washington State University completed a questionnaire that was part of a broader study that looked at the effects of COVID-19 on college students' lives. Of the 730 students who participated in the study, 98 identified as Black, 73 identified as Asian, and 500 identified as white. Included in the questionnaire was a brief symptoms inventory, depression and anxiety scale, and the experiences of discrimination scale, which measured the levels of depression and anxiety and experiences of discrimination from March 2020 to December 2020. We performed individual sample t-tests for our analysis. First, we examined whether mean levels of discrimination were different for students who identified as Asian versus white, and we found that there was no significant difference in the mean levels of discrimination between these two groups. Next, we found that Black students did have higher mean levels of discrimination compared to white students. And we also did compare the mean levels of discrimination between Asian and Black identifying college students, and found that there was also no significant difference between these two groups as well. When comparing the mean levels of depression and anxiety among Black, white, and Asian identifying college students, we found that there was no significant difference in the mean levels of depression for any of the comparisons. However, we did find that Asian identifying college students did have higher mean levels of anxiety compared to both white and Black college students. We also performed bivariate Pearson correlations to look at the association between experiences of discrimination and levels of depression and anxiety. And we found that more experiences of discrimination were associated with higher levels of depression and anxiety for both Black and Asian identifying college students. So our results showed that despite the increase in anti-Asian sentiment seen during the beginning of the pandemic, Asian students did not report experiencing greater levels of discrimination compared to white students. However, Black students did report experiencing higher levels of discrimination compared to white students during this time. And it's important to note that this study did not look to see if levels of discrimination increased from pre-pandemic levels. And when looking at the levels of anxiety among white, Black, and Asian identifying college students, we found that Asian identifying students had higher levels of anxiety compared to both white and Black students. And our results do support the association between experiences of discrimination and levels of depression and anxiety. And one interesting thing to note is that even though Black students did report experiencing greater levels of discrimination compared to white students, they didn't report experiencing higher levels of depression or anxiety, which could imply that this community has higher resilience. And another interesting thing to note is that even though Asian identifying college students did not report experiencing higher levels of discrimination, they did they did report experiencing higher levels of anxiety and depression, disanxiety for compared to white and Black students, which could imply that other factors unrelated to discrimination could be the cause for this psychological distress. So I'd like to thank the Alcohol and Interpersonal Violence Research Lab for all their help and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurora, and we'll open for questions. Dr. Kelly.
Hi, yeah, I thought that was really great. So thanks, and it's obviously a very timely topic. I know you found some significant differences here. Could you explain a little bit, because I'm not familiar with the scale, like how it's scored, and what are the actual means? So how far apart are the means in terms of these differences you found between, for instance, like Black and white students in terms of their experience of discrimination?
So from my recollection, I'm so sorry, the mean scores are not coming to me, but the mean levels for discrimination were for Asian identifying college students was around 5 point. I'm sorry, I really cannot recollect them at the time.
That's okay. That's right. I was just curious. Thanks.
All right. I have a question from Dr. Anderson, and I'm just going to read it to you. She's having just a little bit of audio difficulty, so give me just a second to make sure. She says, thank you for a very engaging presentation. Why did you choose to compare Asian and Black students to white students? This type of research design has been criticized as Eurocentric in that it suggests that white populations are the standard to which other groups are compared.
So I originally did compare Asian identifying college students and then non-Asian identifying college students, but because Black students would have been incorporated in that non-Asian identifying group, I was worried that because of the Black Lives Matter movement and everything else that was happening, that could have messed up the results and could have resulted in a non-significant difference, even if there was, but there was not. And the same thing for Black and non-Black. Asian identifying college students would have been involved in the non-Black, and I felt that could have maybe messed up the results.
And Dr. Martin?
Very nice presentation. I want to take a different spin on that same kind of question. I would offer you some advice where you're comparing 3 groups, and so it doesn't matter which way you do the 3 groups. It's not going to mess up your results, so you're okay on that front. But I wanted to ask, doing so many repeated t-tests, are you worried about type 1 error?
So I guess, yeah, there definitely could have been an instance where, because I did so many tests, I could have seen a difference where there actually was not. But I did try, I guess when I first originally did the association between non-Asian and Asian, I also did not find a significance as well. When I did Black and non-Black, I did find a significance. So I felt that even before I continued to break it down more, I did find around the same result.
Thanks.
Dr. Anderson wanted to follow up with that she appreciated your thought process and your research question. And also any further question from anyone else as well. We have time for another one. Dr. Martin, I'm not sure if your hand is raised again or if it just didn't go down the last, okay.
It is, given that nobody else is jumping.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Given that nobody else is jumping in.
Oh, please do.
I was wondering if, reaching back to 3530, what kind of ANOVA do you think would handle this rather than running a bunch of t-tests?
I'm sorry, I have not taken that statistical class yet,
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm not
Okay, so
familiar.
my question is totally unfair. It's something to look forward to.
Thank you.
Very good job so far.
Thank you.
And we have time for one more question if we have it. If not, we're fine to move on. All right, Laura, thank you so much. We
Thank
enjoyed your
you.
talk. Our next presentation is Visual Family Resemblance Category Learning in Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder by Devaki Carpenter.
Hello, my name is Devaki Carpenter, and the title of my presentation is Visual Family Resemblance Category Learning in Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder. So, research suggests that children with autism spectrum disorder have difficulties learning family resemblance categories, especially through exposure. This is not true for typically developing children. Difficulty learning family resemblance categories may be partially responsible for social and language difficulties experienced by many children with autism spectrum disorder. Recent work suggests atypical performance with family resemblance category tasks may be explained by deficits in perceptual learning. Some high-functioning children with autism spectrum disorder do not display this atypical learning, and they are called A-type 1 children, but most do. These children are called A-type 2 children. A-type 2 children with autism spectrum disorder learn better when presented with only prototypical stimuli. It is unknown whether presenting stimuli in a progressive order, from most similar to the prototype to least similar, versus a random order would assist learning in A-type 2 children with autism spectrum disorder. The purpose of the study was to examine how learning by active training versus passive exposure and in progressive versus random ordering of stimuli affects visual family resemblance category learning in high-functioning children with autism spectrum disorder, adults, and typically developing children. 24 adults, 21 typically developing children, and 24 high-functioning children with autism spectrum disorder completed 4 visual family resemblance categorization tasks. Each task consisted of a learning and a testing phase. In half of the learning phases, stimuli were presented in a progressive order, and the other half randomly intermixed. Learning phases were either passive exposure tasks, in which they were asked if they would remember the shape, or active training tasks, in which they were asked whether the ghost was part of the family. Participants received feedback in the active training tasks. Ghost hunt trials consisted of categorizing a shape as either part of the ghost family or not, with half belonging to the family. So these pictures demonstrate the different stimuli used in the learning phases and the testing phases of the experiment. Level 2 stimuli are the most similar to the prototype, while level 7 stimuli are the least similar to the prototype, while still belonging to the family. Adults performed best when learning with a randomly intermixed order and did not generalize as well when presented with a progressive order of stimuli. Okay, like adults, typically developing children learn well both from active training and passive exposure. Data collection is incomplete, but they currently show no significant differences in learning or generalize with the different orders. The high-functioning children with autism spectrum disorder show different patterns of performance depending on A-type. A-type 1 children performed best when trained in a random order. All other conditions showed poor performance. A-type 2 children performed best when trained in a progressive order, suggesting that like presenting only the prototype during learning, A-type 2 children benefit from seeing the more typical items first, even though this hurts performance in adults and A-type 1 children. Adults learn best when actively trained and randomly presented stimuli. Surprisingly, the adult performance dropped when stimuli were presented in a progressive order. Typically developing children learn similarly when learning from exposure versus direct training. A-type 1 children learned best when being trained with a random order of stimuli, while A-type 2 children learned best when being trained with a progressive order of stimuli. Overall, the children with autism spectrum disorder did worse when the learning phase used passive exposure learning than with active training. Okay, thank you so much for listening.
We'll open for questions from our faculty panelists. Dr. McKee.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. I just had a very basic question, which was I wondered if you went back to your very first slide and even your title, and could just tell me a little bit more about what family resemblance category learning is. I'm not familiar with this at all, so I just wonder if you could kind of give me like a primer on what this is and sort of why it matters.
Okay, so the visual family resemblance category learning is how well children are able, or like people are able to generalize, kind of take a bunch of like different, like, sorry, I'm trying to think of the word, but okay, how they are able to take a bunch of different, let's say, stimuli and compare them to the prototype, and if they are able to endorse those stimuli as part of like the family, so they're able to kind of have a prototype in their head and be able to compare whatever they see to that prototype, so they kind of understand that that is the same. Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I guess part 2 of the question would be, tell me more about how that sort of might be important to know or to understand more fully in the way that you're examining it.
So especially in children with autism spectrum disorder and people with autism spectrum disorder, this can be very important in learning in social functioning. So understanding social cues, being able to kind of understand expressions and what like those nonverbal social cues mean.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Barron and then Dr. Martin.
Thank you. Nice presentation. So can you go to, I think your last data slide. Okay. And my question is, so this is endorsement or not of being in the family. I'm sorry, go maybe, oh no, that's right, top left there. So chance performance is 50% in this task. They're either endorsing or not endorsing, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so really the A-type 2 individuals pretty much are a chance. They just do a little bit better in the progressive training. And so I'm wondering if you made the task easier, if your distortions, if you weren't using quite such large distortions within the generation of those stimuli, which I know how you all do that in the lab. So you can make these category members easier to distinguish or harder, like you can objectively do that. Do you think that this result would be more striking, right? If you move them toward what you're seeing in the A-type 1 individuals, which is there is learning, it's just there seems to be better learning with random training. I think, to the extent that you could actually show learning in all 4 conditions and then distinguish whether one of them is better would probably be informative also. It's not a criticism. I mean, this is an interesting result, but the question really is, are there ways that you could get your A-type 2 individuals to perform better overall, and then maybe move everything off of floor effects to look at these differences in the actual training regimen that you're putting into the task?
Just the A-type 2 children did do significantly better compared to the other, compared to like the progressive exposed and like the random exposed, randomly trained. So they did do significantly better when they were progressively trained. And if you look to the graph at the bottom right, you can see what proportion of the stimuli they endorsed as part of the family. So you can see how that compared throughout from the prototype to the random. So like, as you can see, they do endorse the level 5 and level 7 stimuli, as they endorse those less than, say, like the prototype in the level 2. But their performance doesn't really differ that much.
Mm-hmm. So. Okay, thank you.
Sorry. And Dr. Martin, Ronald Martin.
Yeah, I was wondering how much of this you found surprising. It looks like some of the results might be you didn't find as many differences as you might expect because data collection's ongoing. I'm wondering how much is surprising and how you expect these findings to potentially change.
Personally, I found it just very interesting how different A type 1 and A type 2 children differed, and how similar A type 1 children were to typically developing children, which is part of being A type 1, but it was still very interesting to see. And what was the second part of your question? Sorry.
You said that data collection's ongoing. How do you
Yes.
expect these findings might change?
Data collection in, sorry, it's not letting me, sorry. Data collection in typically developing children is currently ongoing. But this pattern is pretty similar to what we would expect. So I don't think that it's going to change that much as we get more data.
Thank you so much, Devaki.
Thank you.
next presentation is correlational analysis between attention control measure and self-reported cognitive control by Zachary Ashmore.
Hello, everybody. Just give me a few seconds to. All right, here we go. So, hello, everybody. My name is Zachary Ashmore, and today I'm going to share with you my correlational analysis between blood tension control measure and self-reported blood cognitive control. And let's begin. So first of all, I'm just going to give some background information for you all. So first of all, we have blood tension control, which is the process by which our goals or plans influence what we direct our attention toward. Now, a question that was hypothesized by us, was that can people precisely appraise their own cognitive control abilities, aka does a relationship exist between blood performance and blood tension control measure and an individual self-report under blood cognitive control? That was our research question. And based on previous data that we collected, it was hypothesized by us that there would be no correlation between self-reported cognitive control and the individual's actual cognitive control. So there we go. Here, so for this experiment, we used 120 undergrads from GSU. They were recruited from the SONA systems. All of our data that was collected by properly trained research participants during the fall 2019 semester. All of our data that was collected was part of a much larger study. Now, our experiment used two different measures. First up, we have the cognitive control flexibility questionnaire, also known as the CCFQ, which is a self-report on cognitive control. It is a 18-item style questionnaire. It measures the person's perceived ability to exert control over invasive negative thoughts. Higher scores on this indicate a stronger self-report on their cognitive control. Our second measure was the running letter span, which was a behavioral measure for attention control. Now, this measure has two steps. The first step was that letters are represented one at a time on the screen in front of the participant, and the participant is not aware of how long this list will be. The second step is that the participants are then asked to recall a certain amount of items from this list in the order that they were represented in. So, for example, it could be the first 5 letters or the last 5. Again, with this one, higher scores indicate better control. There we go. And here is an example of a CCFQ style question that the participants were faced. There you go. And then here is an example of a running letter style question. Again. So as you can see on the left, the letters were represented in a certain order, and then the participants were then asked to recall a certain amount in like a certain order. As you can see, now our results indicate a Pearson correlation was used to determine if there was a relationship between the self-reported cognitive control and attention control or performance. And based on the data that we collected, we determined that there was no correlation between CCFQ scores and running letter span scores. And as you can see on the bottom left, we have our graph with the x-axis being CCFQ scores and the y-axis being running letter span scores. But that is a hard word to say for some reason. But as you can see on our graph, our data indicates that there is no clear consistent pattern. It's not going up or down or back and forth or anything. All of our data is seemingly very random, and that is why we determined that there is no correlation, as you can see. Now, lastly, I'm just going to summarize all of this for you. Again, we found that there is no correlation between CCFQ scores and running letter span scores, and we also found that the CCFQ does not seem to be a good substitute for observed and unmeasured attentional control. Now, there are two confounds with our experience that I'd like to go over with all of you. First of all of our participants for this study were all undergraduates from GSU. this is potentially a super big problem, as it means our study might not relate well to people who let's say are undergrads from like Georgia Tech. Let's say that as an example, and our study might not relate well to people who are a little bit younger or older than our participant sample. A second confound is that our CCFQ measures cognitive control, while our running letter span measures attention control. Cognitive control and attention control are both very similar. However, they are not exactly the same, and this could be a super big problem. Now, one last thing is that we did not find a consistent pattern for over or under confidence in our sample. But some food for thought is that when people with higher neuroticism tend to report more problems with their cognitive control, which means that they are underconfident, as indicated by a previous research. But this could be a factor associated with people underestimating their own cognitive control. Now, with that being said, I hope you enjoyed my presentation. I understand that I went incredibly fast. So if you have any questions for us, I would love to answer them.
Thanks, Zach. We'll turn it to the faculty panel for questions. And you can use, just jump in or use your raise hand feature, whichever is easiest. Yes, Dr. Barron, please.
Yeah. So I love the point at the end, which is that attentional control is a subset of sort of a broader cognitive control system, or however you want to think about that. Are there not scales that specifically look at self-reported attentional control? And if so, was there a reason not to use those instead of the scale that you used?
I do not believe, well, I'm not entirely sure, but if I were to like hypothesize right now, I would assume there would be scales that measure like self-reported attentional control. Again, I don't really have any evidence to like back that up. This is just me hypothesizing, I guess. But I would assume there would be, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. Tully?
Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute at first. Yeah, so maybe that's a pretty surprising finding that the correlation is so low, even if they're kind of somewhat different variables, you would expect they would have been related. So I wonder, do you know what the validity of the CCRQ, is that what it is, CCFQ measure? What is the validity of that measure? Does it predict things it should predict other variables?
Based on the research I've gathered, I would say that the validity for it should be extremely high, if I were to say.
Mm-hmm. This is a measure that was created by someone else. Do you know if they provided information on its validity?
Unfortunately, I do not know, but I would need to check up on that in the future.
Okay.
And Dr. Kelly?
Yeah, so I thought that was really great. It's a really interesting topic. A couple things. One, the running letter task also has a span component to it, in the sense that you have to remember 3 or 4 or 5. And that doesn't really match on to cognitive control. At least the questions you asked about, it was about blocking out intrusive thoughts and not about how many you can remember. And so that might be another reason why there's a disconnect there. But my other question is also about the CCRQ. Do you know if it's considered like a trait measure in terms of this is something somebody feels about themselves, or if it can be influenced by state variables? So what I'm thinking is, if you had them take this questionnaire again after they did the running letters test, would it have correlated more? Would they have adjusted their perception of their own cognitive control in response to performing the task?
That is a super good question that I did not actually consider. But taking a few seconds to think about it now, I would say yes, that multiple times, but taking it would, make them, but they'll get better at it. Like the more times they practice at it, I would hypothesize that, yeah, it would change their responses.
Cool. Thank you. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we have time for one more question if anyone has one.
Hey, sorry, could you go back to your slide with the actual graph with the data points? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was wondering if because it would seem to me that maybe people who actually perform better should be more metacognitively sort of like aware, right? And so I'm wondering if you thought about almost doing like a median split, or like, you know, people vary about whether they think that's kosher or not, but and seeing if like your high performers have a different relationship from your low performers, right?
That is a super good question. I unfortunately did not consider that, but that's something I would definitely keep in mind for the future if I were to run this again. So
Thank you so much, Zachary.
thank you very much for having me. It's been super cool.
Our next presentation is situating eating pathology within hierarchical dimensional models of psychopathology in adolescence by Jody Finch. And Jody may be having just a little bit of technical difficulty, so we'll just give her a second. I apologize for the delay. We're just gonna see if we can figure out what's going on. And apologies again for the delay. We see Jody's name, but aren't getting a response from her right now. So we're just trying to figure out what's going on here. This is Jody Finch, and she will be presenting situating eating pathology within hierarchical dimensional models of psychopathology in adolescence. Here we go.
Can anybody see my screen or no?
We're getting there now, maybe.
Okay, maybe.
There we go. Now,
Hopefully. Okay, there we go.
yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can do this quicker than I practiced. Okay, today I will be presenting on situating eating pathology within hierarchical dimensional models of psychopathology in adolescents. Eating disorders are a group of mental health disorders characterized by body image disturbance and unhealthy eating behaviors such as purging and vomiting, restricting food intake, and binge eating episodes. Eating disorders present serious health risks and complications like osteoporosis, cardiac arrhythmias, thyroid and endocrine abnormalities, just to name a few, which result in the highest rates of mortality of any group of mental health disorders. Additionally, eating disorders have low rates of remission even after the completion of treatment. These are all factors which highlight why it's important to study eating disorders and their etiology. However, current investigations of eating pathology broadly use diagnostic categories, which have issues such as high comorbidity, diagnostic crossover, and within disorder heterogeneity, which can make the understanding of the etiology of eating disorders more difficult. Few studies have examined the utility of dimensional models, which can approach the study of eating pathology through symptom-level relationships. Some competing models have been proposed situating eating pathology within broader dimensional models of psychopathology. However, the literature remains mixed on the placement of eating pathology. Therefore, the current study examined the position of eating pathology factors within 8 empirically derived structural models of more general psychopathology within adolescents. We had 849 11 to 17-year-old participants taken from the Child Mind Institute's Healthy Brain Network. The sample was approximately 36% female and had a mean age of roughly 14 years. All participants completed the Yale Food Addiction Scale, which measures eating behaviors, and the Kitty Schedule for Affective Disorders and Schizophrenia, which serve to measure a number of mental health disorders, as you can see listed below. Using this data, we first conducted a principal component analysis to determine factors of the Yale Food Addiction Scale, as the manifest factors have not been empirically supported in the literature. Then eating pathology factors were situated in empirical models proposed in the literature using structural equation modeling, and standard model fit indices were used to determine fit after running the full sample. Then 10 additional random samples of approximately 70% of the total sample were run to determine the final model. The Yale Food Addiction Scale items were explained by 4 broad factors, as you can see from the Monte Carlo parallel analysis. These 4 factors were negative emotions associated with eating, disinhibited eating, preoccupation with food, and restriction. The results of the structural equation modeling and the total sample indicated that a 5-factor bifactor model where eating represented its own latent factor, and a 4-factor bifactor model where eating was cross-loaded between fear and distress were about of equally good fit. This is where we decided to run the 10 additional samples to see which model was the best fitting overall. And we found that model 1, where eating represented its own latent factor, was supported not only by a greater amount of the samples, 6 out of the 10, but also had loadings which were more interpretable because the other model, model 5, was overfitting. Here's the final model that we determined was the best fitting. You can see that eating represents its own latent factor separate from internalizing and externalizing. In summary, 4 factors were determined from the Yale Food Addiction Scale, which were situated in competing dimensional models in the literature. And we found that the model 1 was best supported from the data where eating pathology was its own latent factor. Eating pathology may be distinct from internalizing and externalizing, as body image disturbances have been shown to be a unique core feature of eating pathology. This supports treatment paradigms which address unique features and implicates that treatment strategies may have to be specifically tailored to address unique mechanisms of eating pathology. And future research should investigate how neurobiological mechanisms may be unique to eating pathology, as well by determining if structural neurobiomarkers are differentially associated with similar eating constructs. And such work may help to identify patterns of risk in children and adolescents before symptoms have the opportunity to become clinically relevant. Thank you.
You made it. You are under time, so you're doing fine. And I'm just gonna give the judges some chance to ask you some questions.
Great.
Panelists, who would like to go first?
Hi, so I think, oh, sorry, go ahead, whoever that was.
Dr. Sellers, I think you're fine to go.
Okay. So thank you. I think this was fascinating. And sort of eating pathology standing alone as its own sort of latent variable, to me, also opens up, and maybe you could talk a little bit about this, about almost like situational or like functional eating disorders. So I wrestled in high school, and there is no sport more overlapped with eating disorder than wrestling, right? Because you have to like make weight, right? And you know, a lot of us probably would fit a diagnosis of an eating disorder at that time.
Right.
But and that pathology is very much tied to this like specific function or goal, and and maybe that sort of thing is playing into just eating pathology itself,
Right.
being a latent factor.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know that this sample wasn't a sample of athletes, so it would be interesting to investigate that specifically in athletes as more of like a functional aspect instead of maybe a body image aspect. But I know that also in sports, it can be, especially with like gymnastics and other types of sports where body image is really core to those sports as well. That can be another reason why it could be a latent factor. I don't know, did that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
Dr. Tully?
Sure. Yeah, this was a great presentation. Lots of great analyses, complicated analyses, and I really like the way you handled the eating variable to look at the factors, and that it includes some behavioral and cognitive factors. It's so interesting, and actually really kind of an unanswered question in the literature. So really interesting. I wondered if you thought you might find the same thing or something different in a sample that had higher levels of psychopathology, more eating problems. This is a healthy sample, is that right?
So this sample was taken from the Healthy Brain Network, which I think their recruiting is just like any adolescents or children that are experiencing social and emotional issues. So I wouldn't quite say that it's a healthy sample, but it's not always clinically relevant.
Do you think you would find something different with, then let's just say a healthy and a more clinically impaired, so higher levels of internalizing problems, externalizing eating problems?
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting question. Definitely, I think in samples where there are like higher levels of eating pathology, I definitely think you would still see it as a latent factor, as like distortions in body image are even higher in samples like that. I'm not quite sure what it would look like in a healthier sample. I think it might fall more under internalizing because the body image disturbances don't tend to be as distorted or negative in those kinds of samples.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody, so much for your presentation.
Thank you all. Our next presentation is applying an a priori classification model to evaluate efficacy of aviophobia treatments to reduce intense situational fear by Ryan Garland and Heather Patton.
Hello, everybody. I am Ryan Garland, and I'm presenting today with my co-author, Heather Patton. All right, let's get into it. And today we are presenting our findings from applying data mining to a fear flying study, back to the Anderson lab. And also I wanted to acknowledge as Atlanta researchers that we are the land of the Muskogee Nation.
Fear of flying is a common anxiety disorder that is accompanied with various triggers, including making reservations, looking out the window during flight, and many more. The most prevalent evidence-based treatment so far is exposure therapy, which is a CBT treatment. It's traditionally done in person or in vivo and on site, like in an actual airport or airplane, but more recently has been deployed via virtual reality technology to increase accessibility and affordability for patients. Some research has found that this treatment might be even more successful when it's tailored to an individual's unique triggers and symptoms when it comes to their fear of flying. So the data that we analyzed came from a randomized clinical trial in which 115 people diagnosed with aviophobia were split into 2 treatment groups, a in-person standard exposure group and a virtual reality exposure treatment group. All participants completed a fear of flying inventory, which I'll call FFI, both before and after treatment, in which they rated fear to typical trigger situations or stimuli. The groups also completed 8 treatment sessions, and each group encountered a separate set of feared situations. So we wondered if the changes in fear levels reported from pre to post treatment in the FFI would be different depending on if the group encountered that situation that they were evaluating in the FFI in their treatment or not. So we hypothesized that a computer algorithm would be able to accurately place the individuals in the correct treatment group based only on the changes in those measure scores from pre to post treatment. We also hypothesized that participants reporting decreased fear after treatment on the aspects of flying that were included in their particular treatment group would be more likely to be categorized accurately into their correct treatment group.
Okay, and then we started our process with pre-processing the data. And after moving all the incomplete data, the total of participants lowered to 69 that we analyzed. And then we constructed a Python script to find the change in FFI score between pre and post treatment, so our 2 time periods, and then looked at the frequencies for the differences of each FFI situation. After viewing the change in scores, we discovered that the amount of participants was enough, like the differences are enough for each participant. So the computer wouldn't be able to accurately put them into their respective groups. Thus, our hypothesis could not be achieved with this data set. However, we were able to see that a higher number of improved scores was present in the VR group, and that improvement still wasn't more than 1 or 2 points better, but we did see a larger improvement.
And this chart just demonstrates what Ryan just noted. So essentially, the virtual reality group showed more individuals improving across all the FFI situational items included in the treatments, whether it was in their virtual treatment or not, and addressed instead in the standard treatment. So essentially, more people in the virtual group were improving across all of these items, but the actual improvement of their scores wasn't great. It was maybe 1 or 2 on the scale of 0 to 8, and it wasn't markedly more improvement for the virtual group than the standard exposure group. It was just that across the board, it seemed that more virtual reality participants were improving on the items. So these results indicate that exposure treatment is similarly efficacious across situations included in the FFI, regardless of which situations are included in the respective treatments. Implications for this may indicate that specific situations included in treatment matter less than simply having the patient engage in treatment at all, which may mean therapists can feel more confident recommending whichever delivery method of treatment is more accessible and affordable for their patients. This also supports VR as a meaningful exposure treatment method, even for decreasing fear in situations that it does not specifically address. I think this is specifically really important as we've seen fear of flying become more widespread in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and just the restrictions and intensity surrounding that.
So our future directions are taking the same script and working on a larger data set with a similar setup between VR and standard exposure. And also we wanted to look into evaluating other treatment types such as AR or mobile apps and see if they can pull higher differences with pre and post treatment using those methods. And then I want to thank the PURC organizers, Dr. Anderson, and then all of our Art Lab team members. And now I will open for questions.
Thank you so much. Dr. Tone.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. I never can hear through my headphones. So first of all, really nice talk. And it's just one of those situations where not getting what you expected is just as interesting as getting it. I'm curious about your hypotheses. I realize you don't have the data to look at this yet, but what facilitates the generalization? It seems like that's what's going on, that even if certain aspects of flying aren't addressed directly, people are at least doing a little bit better on them. How do you understand that? How would you make sense of it?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the reasons, and they found this kind of in the original paper that was written on this, it just sort of looked broadly at differences potentially between the VR group and the standard exposure group on overall improvement, not just on these like specific items included or not included. And it found no real difference in how well people did afterward and their sustained like comfortability with flying and stuff, even like 6 months, 12 months later. And one of the reasons that they stated that I would concur with is the first 4 sessions, there were 8 sessions in total of treatment. The first 4 were all teaching like anxiety diminishing measures. So like meditation techniques, breathing techniques, things like that. And then the second 4 were there, they were actually split out and did separate things, either VR or standard exposure. And so I think one thought might be that just learning those techniques and simply like showing up for treatment and like engaging in that and like knowing some more about how to handle it might empower people then to do better in those situations, whether or not it's more of a virtual simulated thing or an actual in-person situation. So that's what I would think. However, I was sort of surprised just because a lot of the literature I read was saying how it can be so specific person to person on kind of like what actually triggers their fear and what their symptoms are of that. So I was definitely expecting to see something more specific as far as like if somebody, you know, encountered that situation, then they would then have more decreased anxiety after seeing it in treatment. So it was surprising to me, but I do think that there is enough general education supplied in the treatment that could have been a reason why.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Kelly?
Yeah, so let me also congratulate you. That was really nice presentation and very interesting. This is not my area of expertise, but sort of a bummer about the classification model not working. And if I recall, you had a significant amount of missing data. Can you explain, this is not my area of expertise, are these people who are just not finishing all 8 treatment sessions for whatever reason? Are there any patterns in those people that might be contributing to the lack of, you also mentioned lack of diversity in the final sample? Is there something about those people selectively dropping out that is a problem or led to the lack of diversity problem?
Yeah, that's a great question. Ryan, do you know a little bit more about what specifically was eliminated when the data was cleaned up?
Yeah, so when I cleaned up the data, there was several marked participants that dropped. So that alludes to what Dr. Kelly is saying. And then there were also participants that were just missing scores. I'm not sure if that was a clerical error or if it was just that we didn't have the score for them at that for that data point. But I didn't see any trends overall. When I was initially processing data though, there was a group of individuals that were supposed to be the control as well that were excluded. So the true number was about 80 actual participants that went through either treatment, and then that got reduced down from drops and missing data. So we wanted to make sure every participant had at least 2 times for each of the points we're looking at, especially if we're trying to look at it holistically. But there was no like identifier for why they dropped, other than I think they just missed their times in a lot of them when I was reviewing the full data set.
Okay, great. That's awesome. Thank you.
And that control group was like a wait list. So eventually, I believe a fair amount of them did ultimately go through treatment, but for the purposes of this initial findings, like Ryan said, 115 to 80, that like subtracted number were people that were like waitlist participants. They didn't actually go through anything. Hence why we didn't include them, because we didn't really have like any meaningful reason to for this specific analysis.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ryan and Heather.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Our next presentation is Artificial Intelligence Literacy, Development of a Measure of Knowledge and Trust by Jordan Guthey.
Hello, my name is Jordan Guthey, and my presentation is about the development of an artificial intelligence knowledge questionnaire. To begin, the use and understanding of technology are topics of discussion which are thought to vary across different populations of people. Artificial intelligence, also known as AI, is a component of many different types of technologies today and includes speech and facial recognition, intelligent routing systems, and social robots. AI imitates human intellect and its abilities to retain information and function highly. AI differs from different types of technology because it is far more advanced in its interactions with humans. Given one's background, their perspectives on current technology, and specifically the use of AI, can be either limited or biased due to a number of factors. Some of these factors which may affect an individual's perspective of AI include their cultural background, their gender, race, and/or language. Previous studies have shown that users' trust of AI systems have been affected by their limited understanding of technology, but also due to concerns about its potential biases that might impact them. Thus, the aim of this research study is to develop a measure of an individual's knowledge about AI and their level of trust in such systems. Also to evaluate how sex, race, cultural, and linguistic backgrounds may influence an individual's knowledge and trust of AI. It is hypothesized that there will be an inverse linear relationship between these two key variables. As a person's general knowledge about AI increases, their trust will decrease. Previous AI studies had limited examples of measures of AI knowledge and/or use, as well as trust. Based on the current literature, we have interactively developed a new AI literacy measure. To answer the proposed research questions, this study develops an online questionnaire which was designed to evaluate an individual's familiarity with AI systems and their level of trust in these systems. The questionnaire consists of 28 questions, including some multi-component questions that were conceptually categorized into 5 general areas. First, the participants' background knowledge about AI. Second, which systems that incorporate AI does the participant use regularly? Third, how much AI do they think is integrated into the system that they use regularly? Fourth, how well does the AI system they use regularly meet their needs? And lastly, how well do they trust the information that the AI systems provide? 42 participants completed the questionnaire assessing their knowledge and trust of AI systems. Moreover, the questionnaire considered each participant's academic and cultural background, gender identity, and age. For starters, the largest age group were the participants who were 18 to 24 years of age. Also, the participants were mostly freshmen and sophomores. Next, as it relates to gender and racial identity, the sample size was mostly African-American females. For the purposes of the study, the analysis focused on 2 multi-component questions from the questionnaire asking about what systems the subjects use weekly and what systems they have in their homes. Then they were asked a series of questions evaluating their knowledge, use, and trust. For instance, the researchers asked, how well does it meet your needs? How much do you trust the information that it provides? And how much AI is integrated into the system? The average of the responses to the questions were collected for each system. As you can see in the graph on the left, the systems with the most use include email, search engines, and social networks. In addition, the table on the right highlights the average rating of each response on a scale of 0 to 3, 0 being none and 3 being a lot. Next, participants were asked about how important the role of AI was in technology and if they would want to learn more. Their responses consisted mostly of technology playing an important role in their lives as they feel that they cannot live without it. A majority of the participants would actually like to learn more about AI. Not to mention, the questionnaire also asked what were their major concerns about AI, and the biggest concern was security and privacy. The preliminary data analysis is ongoing. The minimal sample size goal is 100 participants. The researchers intend to examine the hypothesis relating trust and knowledge, as well as demographic differences such as race and gender. The literature suggests that men may trust AI more than women because the 2 genders identify microaggressions and bias in AI differently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordan, and we'll open for questions now.
Okay.
Dr. Tone? And then Dr. Sellers, I believe.
Sorry about that. I didn't see another hand. Really interesting and a really interesting topic to dive into. I'm curious, I realize you don't have the data to start to answer this empirically yet, but what are your speculations about the idea of why men might find, have a greater comfort level with, or why the gender differences?
Honestly, I think based off the literature that I've read, it's simply because the, I guess it goes to like perception and how they perceive, I guess, the microaggressions that are found in AI. The study basically was focusing on microaggressions, and basically they found that women were able to detect the microaggressions easier than the men were. And so with that, and based off that study, my prediction is that I may find something similar in mine, and just like how they perceive AI, but also how much they know about it, and with that, how much they trust it. So yes, I think it goes back to perception as it relates to your question.
Thank you, really interesting.
Hi, so yeah, this is I think fascinating, and an area that the perceptions of AI is an area that I know almost nothing about, and I think it's really cool. But I'm wondering if you suspect, or if you know in the literature about any tendency for there to be like very large individual differences in people's trust of AI across like valence or like types. So like, for example, you know, I'm cool with AI on my search engine, but like, I really don't want it to drive my car, right? Like
Right.
I'm really uncomfortable with that, but I'm super comfortable with AI in other areas. And the fact that like, and maybe this speaks to sort of the gender difference here, that there are these individual variables that are really going to change how people interface with AI at an individual level. If there's anything like in the literature about that.
In the literature, I have not found anything about individual differences. However, I do actually anticipate for that to happen. As one of our questions, I didn't include it here, but one of the questions was, how willing are you to drive in a self-driving car? And I believe it was a Likert scale, and basically where they were like, you know, really willing, not so much, and somewhat. And for that one, I think majority was somewhat. But when we do actually do the data analysis, I'm interested to see as well how that looks in comparison to how much they trust it, and if that does vary from system to system, as we are kind of already seeing that. And actually, let me go back to the right here in the results where it kind of shows like how much they use, and then the table goes into detail about the average for each response. And so for like not personal assistant, for email, which is the one that they use the most, we see that they feel like it meets their needs. However, they don't really trust it as much as they trust like writing assistant, or as they trust maps. And so I do anticipate that there will be differences there as well.
Yeah, sorry, just to kind of piggyback, I think this is really interesting because the two that people trust the most, maps and writing assistant, are things that people probably tend to think of themselves as being bad at, right? Like I'm bad at writing and I'm bad at navigating, so I trust the AI, but I'm good at whatever, right? And the things I'm good at, I don't trust the AI about.
Right. That's a good point. I'm actually going to write that down. Thank you for bringing that up.
Is there another question? All right. Thank you so much, Jordan.
Thank you. You all have a good one.
You too. Our next presentation is examining the relationship between face recognition ability and lineup identification by Tiffany Hall and Kyle Walker.
So we will be presenting about examining the relationship between face recognition and ability and recognition ability and lineup identification.
So lineup identification plays a pretty big role in the criminal justice system. And because of that, a lot of people don't really know that there's variations between the facial recognition ability between person to person. The Cambridge face memory test looks to identify the different variations in facial recognition ability. And in this study, we are looking to find if the CFMT, the Cambridge face memory test, can predict participants' ability to correctly identify perpetrators from crime scene videos in a lineup. And previous literature has shown that confidence is a predictor of lineup ID. Our hypothesis is that higher CFMT scores will predict more accurate lineup identification among participants. The CFMT has 72 images and it looks to assess face recognition and memory. There are 4 stages and they increase in difficulty as they go up. Participants are shown 1 to 6 faces. Sometimes it's shown 3, sometimes it's shown 6. And they're asked to pick the faces out of that face array. And those will be the target from the crime scene videos that they were shown. This is an example. There's 3 faces here. Sometimes they'll be in black and white, sometimes they'll be in color. Sometimes you'll get a straight on look, or sometimes you'll get a 3/4 view. And as the images increase in difficulty, sometimes you'll get a bit of noise, which is just like making the images more grainy or harder to view.
Okay, the next measure we used was the lineup ID. Participants were shown a video of a real petty crime, and then they were given a distractor test after that. And then once the distractor task was done, they were asked to choose the perpetrator from the lineup. It was a simultaneous lineup, just like the picture here. Then they were asked to rate their confidence level, and then they did this 3 times. We used a linear mixed effects binary logistic regression, and we use this to look up the relationship between the CFMT and lineup ID while including confidence rating. Current analysis does not show significance for CMFT results predicting lineup ID. However, confidence score did predict lineup ID accuracy, as in higher confidence equals higher accuracy. However, data collection is still in progress. These findings were consistent with previous literature in that confidence predicts lineup ID accuracy. Face recognition ability so far does not predict lineup ID. However, data collection is still ongoing.
Thank you so much. We'll take questions now. I'm sorry, Dr. Kelly.
Yeah, so that was really interesting. And I'm excited to see what happens as you collect more data. I'm wondering, as you look at the scores from the Cambridge face test, are you getting the variability there? Is there a lot of differences among our college students in that? Have you looked at that? And I'm wondering because if there's not a lot of variability in that measure, it would be difficult to see it in the regression.
I mean, at this point, we have a really small sample size. Well, not really small, but it's not as big of a sample size as we want to really get a very clear image of the variability. So that would come after we get a larger sample size. We're looking at about 110 students right now. So we'd like to get it well above 150, or at least up into 200.
Okay. Yep.
Others? Dr. Tone?
I'm actually curious on the same front. What does the variability that you have right now look like? I guess a more specific question is, are you finding that there are some people in your sample who are really, really good at this? Or I know that, are you seeing, this is salient because there was just a study abstracted in the news that talked about people who are super identifiers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious about whether you're seeing evidence that GSU might have some super identifiers among us.
Not that I know of. I do personally know someone. It is our like grad student. She's her boyfriend's is a super recognizer, but he didn't participate in the study, unfortunately.
Ah, too
So,
bad.
yeah.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
So, did you examine the relationship between confidence and the CFMT without looking at accuracy? Like just the relationship of somebody that's confident about their assessment during the lineup, whether they were accurate or not is separate, right? Because you took the confidence. Was that related to their CFMT performance? Was that analysis done, I guess? I'm not sure why because you don't have a hypothesis, you may not have analyzed for it, but I'm just interested to see if you're super confident that you were accurate, maybe you are accurate at identifying faces in these CFMT tasks, but not necessarily in a situation where you're watching a crime, because when you're watching a crime, there's other variables, right, potentially attracting your attention.
Well, right now it was just linked to the crime videos. We haven't isolated that, but that would be something that we'd like to look at.
Yeah, essentially like metacognitive accuracy of face recognition, right? Like if you think you're good, are you actually good or not?
Any other questions from our panelists? All right, thank you so much, Tiffany and Kyle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Our next presentation is Generalized Symbol Learning in Rhesus Macaws by Brenna Smith.
Hello, my name is Brenna Smith, and today I'm presenting Generalized Symbol Learning in Rhesus Macaques. Language is the primary means of symbolic representation in humans, and we use it to express explicit and declarative knowledge and hold rules in working memory. Non-human primates have also shown the ability to categorize using rule-like processes even without language. Research has shown that monkeys can use symbols to guide matching rules. However, they do not seem to generalize this knowledge to novel colors and shapes, though pre-K children do in similar tasks. This suggests that monkeys did not have clear abstract concepts of color and shape, but pre-K children did. Questions addressed in the study include, can rhesus macaques learn to use symbols to declare matching rules? And does greater variation while learning the symbols help them generalize to novel colors and shapes? The method used in this study included 3 male rhesus macaque monkeys completing 7 tasks of increasing complexity with 6 colors and 6 shapes. Each trial had 2 phases. In the first phase of each trial, monkeys matched stimuli by color or shape. In the second phase, they chose a symbol denoting the type of match. If the monkeys were incorrect in the first phase, they did not move on to the second phase. In tasks 1 through 4, which are shown here at the top right, they saw matching based on color or shapes only. Task 5, the shape and color matches were intermixed. In task 6, it presented the full complex stimuli to the monkey and intermixed the color and shape trials. In the final task, shown here as task 7 at the bottom right, monkeys were probed with 2 new colors and 2 new shapes. Results in this study are shown here in these 2 graphs. In the top graph here on the right-hand side, you can see the number of trials each monkey performed to reach criterion. In this study, to reach criterion and move on to the second part of the trial, monkeys had to correctly match 80% of their last 50 trials. The bottom right graph here shows declaration performance on the first 50 correct matching trials of previously trained shapes and colors and novel shapes and colors. As you can see, Opie and Murph were significantly better generalizing to more colors than Lou was. The red line shown at the top of the graph represents the point above which performance is significantly above chance for each monkey. Though difficult, monkeys can learn arbitrary symbols to declare their matching rules. 2 of the 3 monkeys generalized to novel shapes and colors. Training with more varied shapes and colors may aid in the monkey's ability to link symbols to abstract concepts of shape and color. Future research will examine transfer to take instruction from the symbols to examine the bidirectionality of the monkey's symbol usage. Further work will also examine the way symbols might aid with difficult cognitive tasks like same-different relations. Thank you so much to all the researchers and assistants of the Complex Cognition Lab, and thank you so much for listening. Does anyone have any questions?
I'd like to go first.
So back to your criterion data, it looked like Obi had a real tough go with task 6, right? It took him a really long time to reach criterion. Do you have any idea why that might have been the case?
I'm not quite specifically sure. It seemed that Murph and Obi seemed to figure it out a little bit quicker than Lou did, but Murph, I guess, was just naturally better at the task. I'm not sure why OB took so long to get to Criterion. I'm sorry. I wish I had a better answer than that.
No, you're fine. It just seems like that his difficulty to get to Criterion on that task is just so much different than all the other tasks. I was just wondering if you had any idea why.
I don't. I know that the 6th task was a lot more complex because they intermix the color and shape of the trials. So maybe he just had a little bit more difficult time picking up the rules with the mix.
Also interesting too, and I don't know much of this at all, but Murph and Obi seem to have the most trouble with the most difficult one, which makes sense. But they're also the ones that get it at the end when you do the old new, right? Lou seemed to have no problem with the most difficult ones and then doesn't really get it at the end because he's not really meeting Criterion. So I wonder if there's like, I don't know anything about this, but if there's like a desirable difficulty kind of thing here where the more challenging it is, they really are figuring it out during, and that's why it takes them so long. But maybe Lou like kind of just got enough right to get past Criterion, but didn't have a full understanding of exactly what was happening. I don't know, just like a thought.
I mean, it's possible maybe he just took a little bit longer to learn than the other ones.
Yeah.
Dr. Tone.
Sure, yeah, that raised some, Dr. Kelly's question raised some interesting questions for me about this is a task where you get insight both into learning and into the way, I don't want to say personality, but kind of macaconality might influence how one performs a task. And I wonder if you have any observations about the ways in which each of these monkeys approaches learning that might help you understand their learning process and outcomes.
I think maybe since each one of them is different, they probably bring a different approach to the trials. They've done previous studies with us, and maybe based on their previous experience, they can better learn new rules. They're all older. I believe that Murph and Lou are older than Obi. But I didn't seem to see that affected as much as I thought it would. I kind of expected age to be more of a factor than I observed.
We have time for one more question if there is one. All right, thank you so much, Brenna.
Thank you.
This concludes the Virtual Psychology Undergraduate Research Conference for this year, and I want to just offer my thanks to all the presenters and all the faculty judges who gave their time today to this event. And I also want to give a special thanks to Torres Wilson, who is the College of Arts and Sciences at Georgia State University Conference and Program Service Coordinator, who was responsible for the production of this event and the cool music we heard. So thank you all for all that you've done to make this a success. We appreciate all of it. This event will also be available as a recording for future viewing.